Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope the audio works. OBS is showing that it works, so let me just give me a minute to start, and I'll be there. Audio works. Hello, Beat Watcher, by the way. Welcome. I should probably add like Zig down channel into my Discord, so that I can post my streams there, my stream announcements. Okay. Oh yeah, let me start the chat. Oh yeah, of course. Last time I forgot to even share the stream link on Twitter. Let me do that. See you there. Oh yeah. And I should post an image of what I'm planning to do. Let me see if I can grab it. Okay. There it is. Cool. Okay, let me start. So, welcome everybody to the stream. Oh, and I didn't turn on the chat on my phone. Just a moment. Okay, there it is. Cool. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. Let me just get, yes, this one. Okay, so a new engine in Zig stream. Last time, 2 days ago, on Friday, I did a lot of stuff. I started basically from scratch, and then I installed a few packages like Mach GLFW and the GL library. And then I quickly drew some triangle, also drew a cube. Yeah, and what else did I do? I even created the abstractions for mesh and the shader. Of course, I compiled shaders as well. I wrapped everything into like an engine struct, and I've added model and view matrices, camera, projection matrices, and that's pretty much it. And so how does it look like now? Well, right now there's basically just two files. It's main and engine, And main, just that's where, you know, I just create my engine struct. I just allocate some vertices, indices. I create a mesh. And well, I have, this is the triangle and this is a cube. And basically I just compile a shader. Right now I'm embedding the file directly into code from vert and frag, these ones, and this is super annoying. It is always giving me these messages of like failed GLS linting every time I click on it. Okay, well, just don't mind that. And basically, yeah, wait, not that, but this main, what I do is, let me put this over here. And then I have just a few things. So I have a position of the cube. No, wait, this is the motion. What is position? Position is nothing. This is not even used. Okay, I can delete it. Motion of the cube, and I have some camera offset so that I can actually move the camera, right, when key is pressed. Forward, backwards, A, D. I'm moving the camera around in a plane, like on the ground, so there's no 3D, there's no height. And there's also no rotation yet. I'm just like translating the matrix of the camera, the view matrix. And then finally, what I do is I pass these matrices into my shader, and the shader that draws the cube, and you know, the projection matrix, the view matrix, and that's it. And then I set the vector to like offset the position, and that's it. So I don't actually have a model matrix yet, but I'm gonna add it today when I make object abstractions. So if I build it now, this is what's going to happen. Ta-da! And there is my little app in a little window. I actually made the window so small because I just wanted to make a small GIF for Twitter. And yeah, so as you can see, I can move the camera around, and I don't know why exactly forward and backwards seems faster to move than left and right. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's just the aspect ratio or something. Yeah, probably it's actually the aspect ratio, because the aspect ratio is 1. And I should calculate that probably myself when I'm calculating the perspective. Okay, and yeah, there is a cube and it just moves in a circle. And it moves in a circle because the height, the sideways, the x is basically moving by, you know, the sine of time, and the y is moving with a cosine of time. So that's why it moves into a circle. And yeah, that's also the only difference, because yesterday on the last stream I only had the sine moving sideways, but I added now vertical just to make it like more interesting. Yeah, and that's pretty much it, right? It only has like one color shader. There is nothing, as you can see, there's just like this purplish and red is the background. And yeah, I have to say that the background is a little bit annoying, that it's so red. Let's pick a different color actually. But you know what I want to do? I want to show you, where is my to do? There it is. Yeah, actually on stream, let me say that I want to add a little engine parameters. Well, actually window parameters that you can pass in. Yeah. Okay, so what is the plan for today? Let's go over a bit. Oh, by the way, yes, I need to say that the engine is in the repository. If you go to Northk zigdown, not zigtown, zigdown on GitHub, you will find the engine as it is right now, and I will be pushing it into this repo as I'm working on it. So yeah, there it is. And yeah, as you can see, I just have a tiny readme, but I should just say actually that this is The way you run, basically you build it, you can clone this and you just run zig build run. Of course, you need to have zig installed on your computer, and once you do, just do zig build run, and you will see this window, right? The window that I showed with the nice cube, and that's it. That's pretty much it. No dependencies. No. Well, I mean, the dependencies are automatically resolved. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and yeah, the only thing I did between the last, just to be like fully transparent, the only thing I did since the last stream was that you didn't see is I just changed the window title, but I did it directly in the. Oh yeah, it was also the speed of moving the camera and adding the cosine for the height, and I added here I added a. I just changed the name to zig down and changed the size of the screen of the window. Okay, so yeah, what's the plan for today? The plan for today is, well, first, as I said, I want to add window parameters as part of the engine that you need to pass in, and not as something that is, hard-coded into the engine code, but something that you can set up in main. And I thought about, for warm-up, I want to do a little bit of comp time, because comp time is the cool feature of Zig. I want to convert uniform setting, because right now I have, where is my, for each of the uniforms, I'm setting them by type, like with a different function. So like set vec3, set matrix. I want to turn that into an any type so that it's resolved at comp time, and then it will automatically use an appropriate function. Because why this matters is because let me actually talk about this later. Let's just go through the whole thing. Okay, so I want to make this set uniform into like a comp time resolved thing, so that I can just call set uniform and not care about the type. And yeah, I should add a few more types. Right now I have vec3 and and mat matrix as well. Mat 404, right? I should be able to push matrices in. Okay, and yeah. Oh, I said I do want to also fetch uniforms by name instead of by number, because right now you're just setting them like 0, 1, 2, which is quite annoying. And then I want to be able to catch OpenGL errors. So yeah, by the way, the goal today is to have, like, this is the most important thing. I want to make a lit cube, a cube that is gonna have some lighting on it, like with a nice self shadow, and the lit part and the darkened part should be clearly visible. But before that, I want to actually implement catching OpenGL errors, because right now I don't have any error handling. Right now, if the shader compilation fails, it doesn't render, and I have no idea what's going on. So I want to have a little bit of an output that it tells me like, oh, this is where you made a mistake. This is the problem. Okay, and then after I do lighting the cube, if I have time, I will add some object and scene abstraction, so I can create and render multiple objects without having to like individually say, render this mesh, render that mesh, but it should just like render the whole scene at once. And finally, if I really have time, I will try to add textures, which is like in my C++ shakedown engine, I'm using STB image, and it would be nice to actually use it as well for in my engine. And if I can find a Zigified version of STB image, maybe I could just use directly C, because that's another cool feature of Zig, is that you can use C code directly. Okay, so let's start. I hope you're ready. Let's get warmed up. Okay. So the first thing that I want to add, as I mentioned, I want to add, I want to kind of, how would I call it? Extract the window parameters into kind of like the user code, into what whoever is using my engine, they should be able to pass in like parameters for the window. Like, should it be full screen? Should it be what's the size of the screen? What's the title of the window and stuff like that? Because right now, if I go into the engine, you can see that this is actually hard coded. When I create the window, I have 400, 300, right, the width, the height, and I have also the title. And I want to actually push it into I want to pass it into my create window. And for that, I'm going to create a new struct. I don't know if it should be in the engine or let's do it outside, because this is the engine itself already. I'm gonna call it window props. Poop const window props, and that's gonna be a struct, and it's going to have width, and the width is gonna be, should it be a signed or unsigned? It should be an unsigned. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, but I'm just bending to the will of OpenGL in this case. Okay, so it should have a width, and I'm going to initialize it to 800 by default. Height U32, 600, and I'm gonna have a title. The title is going to be a const U8 string, and by default it's going to be saying zig down, just as it does right now. Oh, and I forgot. If you don't put a comma after all the fields of the struct, then it will inline them like into a single line. But I want if we put a comma, then zig fmt, the format is not going to, yeah, it's going to keep them like this, which is pretty cool. And then I might actually have more stuff like vsync, because I think vsync is turned off by default. I'm not actually sure. But yeah, this is something that I have in my engine already, like vsync, and you can say, yeah, vsync is, maybe it should be true. Oh, or maybe it should be an int that takes in like a number of vsyncs. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna just keep it as a bool. Okay, so now when I'm actually creating a window, I want to, where is create window? Oh, it is actually in init. So yeah, in the init, I'm going to add a window props as window props. Okay, and so if you basically, they are going to be in here. Window props width, I'm gonna use window props height, and this is gonna be a window props title, and it might require a null terminator. I'm not sure. Does it require a null terminated? Yes, it does. So we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna provide a null terminated here, just in case. Okay, so so basically I've just pushed it into this, and now when I actually init, I am going to just pass because, so this is a cool thing, because if I just want to use defaults, if I just don't want to care about it, I can just say dot and brackets, and that means, you know, use the default one, and then that should work. Let's see, does it work? There it is. Nothing has changed. I did increase the size of the screen because I'm using a default as 800, 600. But now the thing is, if I want to change it, if I want to say, oh yeah, I want to change the title to this is actually a test on stream, right? If I do this, it will now give me a different title. So yeah, this is how you basically do optional arguments in Zig. There it is. This is actually a test on stream. Because Zig doesn't support like multiple arguments, right? You can't do like, you know, oh, you have optional arguments and it will, yeah. Instead, you should just use property structs basically, or yeah, like parameter or args. Yeah, how I call them props, like properties. Some people might call them arguments. Some people might call them params, parameters. I just like to do it like this way. Okay. And yeah, so if we just want to use defaults, yeah, if you want to do something else, by the way, if you want to have a different height, I can just change the height here. And then, yeah, like this. There it is. It's super thin because I'm not calculating the aspect ratio correctly. You know, since we're here, maybe I should add, I should fix aspect ratio as well. Because when I'm calculating the offset, wait, when I'm calculating the perspective matrix, there it is. No, wait, in the camera, I am recalculating, there it is, update projection matrix. When I'm updating the projection matrix, I should actually recalculate the aspect ratio from the engine. But yeah, so here's the thing. The camera needs to know what the engine screen parameters are. How do I do this now? How do I pass an engine into the camera? Should I just have a can you actually initialize with the self? I wonder. Like, can I have a, like in C++ you would be able to do this, but if I have like a pointer to the engine here, I say engine and then pointer to the engine, right? And the engine itself, yeah, there it is. And what if I just say engine is, no, I don't think I can initialize it like this. I'm not sure. This, but not this is a type, but this is an instance. Can you do this? I'm not sure. So yeah, this is why I should always define, not have a uninitialized struct. Yeah, this is where it becomes a bit tricky. Okay, so instead of this, I might have, okay, I'm gonna initialize defaults. This is, it feels wrong to do this. But yeah, I can do like undefined here. And then when I initialize the engine, I can actually say self camera engine is this. Oh, is self. Would this work? But then I get the, is self, a self is a, yeah, it is a pointer already. Okay, so let's see if this works. And then when I need to, here I'm gonna recalculate aspect ratio automatically. So I'm gonna say self aspect ratio is, and then I need engine, well, I do need the height though, which I don't have. Oh, you know what? I can actually calculate that from glfw, right? Because I can get properties but I still need the window. Okay, let's see. Get size. Get size of the window. Get frame size. I think it's actually the frame size, right? That's the actual size of the... And what is a frame size, by the way? What kind of type is it? GLFW frame size. No. Window frame size. GLFW window frame size. Okay. So what is a frame size? Left, top, right, bottom. Retrieve the size of the frame in screen coordinates of each edge of the frame of the specified window. Oh, that's the frame like inside on your screen, right? Like, you know, if you have it like this, then it's the coordinate, I guess, this coordinate. No, I actually need the context size. Maybe I should just save it inside the window props inside the engine. Window props width, window props height. I wonder how should I do it. Okay. Let's Google for it. GLFW get window size. Window guide. Okay. Like basically the resolution of window full size. Creation hints. Okay, window size, window content scale. The size of a window can be changed. Okay. Can you get it? Oh, there it is. GLF get window size. Now let's see if that is actually consistent. Oh yeah, I should do a self window size. Oh. Get size. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it is inside the window. And the size is... What is it? What does it return? Okay, yeah. So ZLS is confused if I don't use this. Although you can do that. You can do it without... Okay, so it returns a size. So size is, I guess, just destructive width and height. Yes. Okay, yeah. So let's, in the camera, let me grab size from self engine camera Windows, and then again, oh, you're right. It is an optional, so it makes sense. I'm talking about, yeah, I confused an optional with the dereferencing. You don't need to dereference, but of course you need to unpack the optional. Okay, so what does it say? Unused. Oh, it's just unused. Okay. And then I'm gonna calculate aspect ratio, or let's do a aspect ratio is self size. So it's basically going to be width by height, right? But it should be converted to float. So as F32. So which one do I convert? How will this work? Okay, let's try to convert it like this. Do I actually need to do like float from int? Oh yeah, let's try this. So I'm gonna do a size width, and then I'm gonna convert the other one as well. Size height. And finally, I guess I need to turn it into, oh yeah, no, wait. Is it going to infer? Float remains must have a known result type. Okay, so it doesn't know which result type it wants to cast into. I guess because this is ambiguous. It could be between doubles, it could be between floats. Yeah, let's actually turn it into a float. And is this going to work? No, I need to I need to do both. Okay. Oh, and F32, of course. Okay. Hopefully that works. What does it say? It is complaining about something. Binary operator has white. What? This is not a binary operator. Is this how you do division in Zig? Or is there some other? What? White space on one side, but not the other. Binary operator has white space on one side, but not the other. What does that mean? Oh, okay. I just didn't save it, I guess. But it still complains. Oh, yeah. Oh, it doesn't complain anymore. Okay, everything is okay. Okay, so yeah, I recalculated the aspect ratio. Let's see if this works. Well, something has happened. Something has happened. Let's see. The following command exited. Okay, that was a runtime. That was a runtime panic. Because I saw the window pop up. Update projection matrix. Segmentation fault. Why is there no new space, new line, by the way, here? I'm a bit confused. Because this one is like LVM emit object and then segmentation fault in the same line. So yes, it must be because of my undefined engine, which I am setting inside. Okay, let's not have an undefined then. Am I not setting the camera in init? Interesting. Okay, let me make an optional, just to make sure that this is the problem. So yeah, if I attempt to use this value, right, it's gonna panic. It's gonna say, trying to use an engine which is null. Okay, there it is. Attempt to use null value. So this is, I am attempting to use a null value here. So why is that? How come? Well, yes, of course. I'm running update projection matrix before setting the engine. That was the problem. There it is. Oh, yeah, it works. It's a super wide screen now, but the aspect ratio is correct, which is great. Perfect. It's a ridiculous screen size, but at least the aspect ratio is correct. Okay, let's not do now, because I've caught the error. I don't need to have an optional there. I can just have an undefined. Okay. So there you go. Yeah, so let me not use a weird height anymore. I'm just going to remove all the stuff from my like optional window parameters, and I'm just going to init by default into a windowed mode of 800 and 600. It would be nice to also add a full screen mode, but it's not important right now. I'm gonna do it some other time. Okay, well, we've installed window parameters now passed to the engine. Nice. Okay, let me submit that. What did I change? There it is. I changed the initial param. The only thing I changed, well, this is the thing that I removed unnecessary. But the only difference now is that I'm just passing a like an empty struct, right? Which means use defaults, basically. And then I've added a struct to the engine, which is nice. Okay. Engine parameters. Oh, let's call it window parameters. Now, passed to engine init. Nice. Okay, let's move on. So, let's do some comp time. Yes, beautiful. This is like one of the coolest features of Zig, that you can just call anything at compile time. And it basically means also that you have full static reflection. You know, you have full reflection at compile time, which, you know, not even C++ has. This is one of the major issues. But yeah, I mean, actually, this what I'm trying to do today is totally doable in C++ with the const expr stuff. But yeah, so what I want to do is I want to convert my set uniform, my individual set uniform methods into a single set uniform method that's going to accept any type, but I'm gonna check whether an any type is supported. And yeah, so if I look into my engine, you can see that in the shader I have right now two set functions. I have set vec3 and I have set matrix, and I want to convert them into just like set uniform, you know, a single function that is going to set. Because why is it important? Because OpenGL uses different methods to pass in different uniforms, and so for each of them, depending on the type, you need to call different functions. And also, of course, I have different ways of passing the values, because, you know, I need to unpack them and send them as raw pointers, basically, into, like, for example, a uniform matrix or as a vector, you know, as a pointer to the first element, basically. Yeah, and by the way, in my C++ engine, in my shakedown engine, this is by the way, what I'm trying to do now is basically kind of recreate my C++ engine, but hope to have much less trouble than I did when making the C++ engine. So as you can see in C++ engine, I have individual set functions as well. Set float, set vector, set, this is for the view and perspective matrix, set model matrix, set int, and I can also set textures somewhere, I think. Or maybe no, it's set int actually sets the texture as well. So yeah, I want to turn all this into a single function. So let's make a new function. I'm gonna call it set uniform. Oh, set uniform, and let's make it, yeah, uniform location, as I did there. It's gonna be a i32, and there's gonna be a value, and a value is going to be an any type. And for this any type, yeah, let's return a void for now. I might change it. Yeah, basically what any type means is that it's going to convert at compile time. It's going to convert into certain type. So it's kind of similar to in C++ you have like a template type name, right? If you have a template type name somewhere, do I have it in the shader? I don't think I have it in the shader, but I have it in other places. Then basically it will resolve at runtime, it will resolve the type, and then instantiate functions for each of the types. But I want to actually check if the value is, because I want to only accept certain types and not all types. So what I'm going to have, instead of having these individual calls, I need to switch on the type, right? So if I try to use a switch, not that, switch, and there is a built-in thing that says type of, right, which returns you a type, and I can do a switch on the type, and now I can say, well, if it is a GL vec3, no, wait, not GL, but math vec3, yeah, if it is a vec3, I'm gonna do this. And I need to use a comma, of course, and if it's a mat 4x4, I'm gonna use this. And a comma. Okay, but of course I call this a value, not vec or matrix. So there you go. And what I can do now is I can delete these two old functions and just use a single function. And in the main, I'm gonna replace these with shader set uniform, and these ones as well. Set uniform, set uniform. But here's the thing. A switch in Zig is actually exhaustive. Else prong required when switching on type. Yeah. So basically, you need to handle all the types, and it will not all the types, right? And it will not allow you to have like an unresolved type. But here's what we can do. We can just say else unreachable. So what this means is that this should never be called. And if I say else unreachable, that's going to be caught at compile time, hopefully, or maybe it won't. We'll see. Okay. Let's see what happens if this is going to work. If everything draws with my, nice circular cube, then yeah, there it is. So it works. Okay, but what if I try to submit a type that I don't support, right? What if I say set uniform, let's say 3, and I say and I want to pass an F32, like a float. What will happen now? Aha, there it is. It failed. And it says reached unreachable code. But here is the problem. It panicked. And a panic means that it's a runtime error. So my code actually failed at runtime. And as you can see, if I start an instance, you can see that the game starts, but then it immediately fails because it has reached this unreachable code. And so, but I want to actually fail on compile time, because this is something that is completely compile time known, right? The type is totally known. And I should never be able to instantiate this function that takes in a float, because I don't support it. So actually, I need to have, well, how do I do this? Can I actually do like an inline switch or something? That doesn't work. Expected while for. Okay, it doesn't support. Are cases inline? Like this? I'm not actually sure. Is this also going to... Yeah, I know that you can inline something in a switch. You can inline cases, right? No, it's... Okay, that worked, but it still failed. It still failed. At... yeah, that was a panic. That was a runtime problem. So inline actually doesn't do much. Are you saying that start screen is... Oh, no. Oh, no. Start screen still on. No, it's... Is it? Is it the start screen still on? Wait, when did you send it? Did you send it a long time ago, or is it? Can you see the code now? Now I'm panicking. No, that was a long time ago. Okay, I just noticed the chat message. Okay, good. Oh, I was afraid I was coding for like 50 minutes without noticing it. Okay. Well, okay. So how do I do what I'm trying to do? Can I actually prevent this type of to be? Can I just actually instantiate this at runtime if I pass a vector 3? That's what I'm wondering. And what does inline switch actually do? I'm not sure. Let's see. Inline switch. There it is. Switch prongs can be marked as inline to generate the prong's body for each possible value it could have. So yeah, this prong is analyzed being a unique comp time known value each time. So yeah, it does mean that it will do at comp time, right? But does that mean that it's going to completely eliminate the switch? Other cases, hopefully it will. So white. Inline else prongs can be used as type-safe alternative to inline for loops. I hope so. But yeah, actually what I need to do is I need to check. I need to have a compile time failure. That's the problem. What if I say, is it possible to do a comp time of a switch? Comp time switch. Oh yeah, it's an expression now. But no, that wouldn't work, right? I think that that wouldn't work. Unable to evaluate comp time expression. Yeah, that doesn't work because this is not something you can call it comp time. Uniform 3V. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Well, what I would actually do is I would check the type first. So I would say like if type of uniform. Oh, by the way, what if I do an assert here? Is it possible to... Oh, yeah, well, it's the same as unreachable, actually. So if I do like a type of... And I say if type of value is I32... Sorry, no, I meant... Yeah, well, the problem is that I need to do this at runtime now. As I need to copy all the values though. Or this. or type of value is matrix. Okay, well, this should actually be a not, because I want to return, I want to fail, so it should be not and. Not and I say unreachable here. Would that work? What's the problem here? Unreachable. Yeah, there it is. It works. Let's try this. Let's try if this is going to. Yeah, but this is still going to run at. This is still going to run at runtime. Yeah, it did run at runtime. So can I actually do a comp time here? Comp time if. Would that work? There it is. Reached unreachable code. I think that this is because of this. So ZLS is actually running everything, probably. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. So this is going to work fine. Cool. Okay, and then if I use a type that I don't support, there it is. Error, reached unreachable code. But it actually errored during compilation. And yeah, so how can I do the same thing, but I like assert at compile time? Assert. Is there like an assert? No. Compile error. Oh yeah, this is the one. Compile error, and I can say type unsupported, something like this. Let's try. So yeah, let's say uniform type unsupported. If I try to build it, there we go. Error, uniform type unsupported. Beautiful. Yes. Cool. So if I try to run something, right, that it uses a type that I'm trying to pass as a type which I don't support, it says uniform type unsupported. Does it actually show where it's called, though? That would be quite useful. This is one of the main problems with templates in C++, of course, because you have no idea who called it. So this is where it's being. This is where it's erroring. But who is calling it? Who is calling it? Reference by Zig main. There it is. Ah, cool. It does actually give me a line where the underlying instantiation fails. Cool. Very nice. Yeah. So we don't support floats for now, but we support everything else. Great. And now the compile error should disappear. But yeah, let me actually put brackets, because this doesn't look nice. Why is it? Okay, do I do like this? Okay, now brackets are complicating everything. This is like one statement, right? So the statement ends here. Yes, that is the problem. Okay, but can I actually put type of in the next line? No, it doesn't allow me. Okay, so I need to have an if, like, in a weird format. It would be nice to actually move this down so that I can have it aligned. Or have a comp time? No, that's not allowed as well. Okay, what if I do this and then have a comp time block? Expected statement. No, what does expected statement mean? Found Okay. Okay, so this works. Does it? Or do I need to put... No, this works. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, a little bit more lines, but that looks decent. Okay, cool. So let's actually support all the other types. All the other types. Like vec2 and also... Yeah, I will definitely need vec4. So let's do that. Vec4, vec2. And these are all going to be just uniform 2, uniform 4. The same thing. And this is going to be vec2. And let's also support floats since we're already there. So in my shader, what are all the types that I support here? In my C++ code, I have matrices, I have ints, I have floats, and the float is uniform 1f. So basically, yeah, it's like a one-sized vector, right? F32, no, well, it's not math anymore, it's just F32. GL uniform 1f. Is it 1f or 1fv? No, it's just 1f. Okay. Location uniform. You know what? Also, I don't like the name uniform location. So that's going to be a value. But I'm going to rename this to uniform. Can I actually... Whoops. Can I actually rename? Rename symbol. Uniform. Oh, wow. It actually worked. Works better than in Visual Studio with C++. Beautiful. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, no, let's not call it uniform. That's a bad... Yeah, let's call it location because it's a number. Okay. Location value, that's it, right? Is uniform 1f. That's it. Yeah, I just pass it to float. Okay. And I also want to support int. So I'm going to go with i32 uniform. I don't know. What is it? Uniform 1i, I guess. Is it the one? 1i. Yes, it is the one. Okay. Location, and the value is going to be value. That's it. Cool. So anything else that I want to support? I do want to support textures as well, but I don't have texture struct as well yet. And of course, I need to add all these types into my if. So I'm going to say type of... Oh, yeah. By the way, if I have a comp time, let's do a const t is type of value so that I don't have to write everything down, right? I can just say t, hopefully. It is complaining, though, about something. Is it... Oh, no, it's everything is fine. Okay, if it's not i32 and t is not f32 and t is not math vec2, but a capital vec2, and is that it? And yeah, and we have, of course, vec4. There it is. Cool. So i32, f32. Yes, vec2, vec3, vec4, and mat44. Okay. For now, those are the supported types. So let's try pushing a... let's try pushing just a float right now. As f32, let's do, I don't know, 32. What is it going to say? what's it gonna say? There it is. It works. Of course it works because now the type is supported. But I wanted, if I want to like pass a, oh yeah, by the way, in the compiler, can I like add some like plus plus name? Can you get a name of type name? Okay, let me get a type name. I'm gonna say uniform uniform with type of this is not supported. Something like that. Is this going to work? Let's see. Okay, and if I say shader set uniform, let's put something that is not supported, like engine. If I pass an engine, what's it going to say? I try to build it. Bang! And there it is. It says compile error. Uniform with type of... Oh, it doesn't actually give me a string. It doesn't actually give me a type value. Expected type found, but it does actually, the error already tells me that it expected type, but I found an engine. So it already says that before actually, right? Yeah. So this change I made is completely useless because you can't. Oh, wait. Oh, this is actually where it failed. It expected a type, but it found an engine. Oh, okay. My engine is my thing is wrong. Maybe I can do just a T. I don't know. Is it going to convert into a string automatically? Maybe it is going to. No, it's not. Okay. What if I do a type of? Yeah. Oh, right. Well, I can do just type name of T. Yeah. This is. Yeah, I passed the value instead of a type. Let's see if that works. It's funny that... Okay, there it is. Uniform with type of engine is not supported. Perfect. Yes, now we have the output of the type name as well. Pretty cool. So there you go. This is how you use comp time stuff. Let's see. Okay, let's push that as a change. So yes, set uniform is now comp time type can now take any type with compile error if it's not supported. Unnecessary length of a commit, but that's it. Okay, I can actually push it over as well, so you can see it. By the way, yes. So that's the first thing I wanted to do. Set uniform as that I can take these types. Okay, yeah, and another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to fetch uniforms to be used by name instead of by number. But maybe I'm thinking either to skip this for now, or maybe I should. Yeah, I can actually use the set uniform. But I can add a new type. Yeah, let me actually try to do it, because I can't remember how it's actually done. Okay, is there an OpenGL get uniform name? I think there is. Is there a way to get a list of all uniforms? Get active uniform. Returns information about an active uniform variable for the specified. But is it Specify the program, specifies the index of a uniform. Okay, but can you actually get a name of it? Specifies the maximum number of characters is allowed to write. Ah, okay. This is how you can get uniforms, uniform names. But no, I actually want to check. Find get uniform location. This is the one. Let's see. Returns the location of a uniform variable. And there it is. It takes a pointer to the name. Specifies the program object to be queried. Yeah, this is the program, and the name is the string that you can fetch uniform. Yeah, this is exactly what I want to do. So let's make a function of set uniform by name. Let's call it like that. And, well, not the string, but I want to do it the string. I'm going to say name. It's going to be a const u8. Let's do a null terminated, just in case. And I'm going to pass it a any type value, just as I did above there. Okay. And the thing is that I want to check first, of course. What is it? Get uniform location. Get GL get uniform location. Okay. And yeah, the program is, oh, of course, there is a self. There is a self involved because I need to get the program number. So self program. The name is gonna be name. Let's see if that's actually is gonna work. Okay, so this returns a glint, which means that probably negative number is gonna be invalid. This is gonna be the location. Yeah, let's just call it location, and this can be a const. And of course, then after this, I can say set uniform into my location with the correct value. Set uniform by name. Okay, and yeah, so that's basically it, right? Get uniform location. Null terminated string. Yeah, it did actually resolve. And it seems to work, but no, actually, maybe it won't work because I'm not using it yet. So let's do a set uniform by name, and let's try. Oh yeah, I need to use a shader instead. Set uniform by name, and I'm gonna say it's gonna be P. That's my perspective. Camera projection matrix. So instead of using the number, I'm going to use a P, and then I'm going to use a V as the view matrix. There it is. And hopefully that works. Okay, well, it doesn't give me any errors here. Let's try to build it. See if it works. But of course I need to handle the error in case it doesn't exist. There it is. It totally works. Cool. Okay, so I think that this location is going to be negative. Uniform values. Aha, there it is. Function returns -1 if name does not correspond to an active uniform. Yes, so basically what I can do here is I can return an error. And I can say, okay, I'm gonna return, let's create like a shader error enum. Shader error const shader. Oh yeah, let's just call it error because it's already scoped inside a shader. That's gonna be an error type, and we're gonna say how do we call it? Location doesn't exist, or something like this. invalid uniform name. Probably that. Invalid uniform name. Okay. And then I'm gonna say if location is less than 0, return error invalid uniform name. Okay. So now it's gonna set the uniform, and if it doesn't exist, it's gonna return an error. Well, it changes stuff a bit because now we have to call set uniform with try because it could be an error. And if the error is caught here, it's going to panic and crash the program. So let's see if this works. Everything should work correctly. But let's make one where it's gonna fail intentionally. So let's do like a try shader set uniform by name. And then let's say something and pass it whatever. Let's do the motion vector. Yeah. Wait. Oh, why is there a close bracket? Okay. Whoops, not bindings. Let's see what happens now. If I try to build it. It has failed. It has failed somewhere. Let's see. Panic. Error. Invalid uniform name. Great. There it is. At set uniform by name something. There it is. Cool. Very nice. Okay. So I've even done that, which is nice. It would be nice to be able to like map as well. Yeah, I should also get uniform ID as well so that I can like speed it up. But it doesn't actually matter. Even in Shakedown, I'm actually setting all the uniforms by name, and it doesn't really. I didn't notice any problems with that, I have to say. Okay, or maybe in Shakedown I'm actually making a map of IDs. I can't remember. Oh, I think I'm actually doing this in a material. Yeah, but yeah, it's good to have this uniform by name. For now, that's how it's gonna work. Okay, cool. So the next thing that I want to do is I want to actually handle OpenGL errors, because right now, by the way, Leo, let me push this. I'm gonna say shader uniforms can now be set by name. Okay. OpenGL errors. Yes, so the problem is that if I make a mistake right now in a shader, this is something that I had trouble with on my last stream. If I change a shader and I say, I don't know, there it is, I have a Vertex shader and I have something like, bleh, you know, I add something. I start the game. And what happens? Wrong window. I start the game, and it's actually being recompiled, even though I only changed the GLSL. Oh, what's the problem? Invalid uniform name. P is a wait. What? It's an invalid uniform name because the shader compile failed. Okay, so now we have this problem that the shader compilation failed, and so perspective matrix doesn't exist as an active uniform. Okay, but let's say if we just blindly do what we previously did as well, like just setting it by uniform. Wait, what was? Yeah, let's get it back to like where I was just setting by uniforms. Okay, there you go. So let's do that like this for now. Okay, I'm gonna change the names after I install my after I add my compilation errors. Yeah, so as you can see, the shader has failed, but the game is running fine. And oh, I was shaking the window too much. The shader has failed, but it's just like I have no idea what's going on. The screen is white. The same thing that happens if Vertex shader, if a fragment shader fails, right? But the thing is that, so what is going on? Oh yeah, by the way, if fragment shader fails, I think that I think that what actually happens is that it still draws with the vertex shader, but the fragment is just white. So let's try this. Oh no, it still looks the same. The point is that the compilation of shaders has failed. And what do we have? Where's my output? Nothing. Nothing happens in the output, right? There's no errors being emitted, right? It's just like OpenGL thinks that everything works fine. So I need to be able to catch these errors somehow. And OpenGL actually has something that is called a, where is that? Okay, shader compilation. Yeah, if you go here into errors, clean up linking variables, rendering examples. Where are the errors? Shader error handling. There it is. Compilation may or may not succeed. I think I got that. Shader compilation failure is not an OpenGL error. You need to check for it specifically. This is done with a particular call for GL get shader IV. So you need to check for the compile status, and that's basically it, right? And you need to get, like, it will log into a string, which you basically feed it with this get shader info log, max length, yeah, basically, and yeah, basically you need to do this, right, to check your after you create a shader. Get strings for GL shader source. What is a GL shader source? No, this is compile shader. Yeah. You compile the shader, and after you compile, you have to check if it is compiled. So yeah, this is what I want to do. I want to log if shader compilation has been done or not. I keep moving into this. Okay. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna add this. Here is where I'm compiling the shader. I'm gonna add a new function. It doesn't need to be public, actually. I'm gonna say log shader error. And yeah. So basically, I'm gonna provide it with the shader. I think so. Do I need to provide it with the shader, or is that handled with the state machine? Compile shader is compiled. No, you just simply check the compiled is compiled handled. Can I just take this? Let's try to just take this and then do this. Okay. Is compiled is 0. Okay. So I'm going to turn this into a var is compiled, which is glint. And glint means it's I32. I'm going to now GL get shader IV. Whoops. IV. And the shader is, yeah, it is actually my program. So I do need a self here. I'm gonna get the self program, and I need to get the compile status. And I check is compiled. This is exactly the same as in C++. And then I say if is compiled, and I'm gonna say GL false, open bracket, open bracket. This doesn't help the console. I'm gonna say, okay, max length I'm gonna get it. It's I32 again. I32. And then gl dot get shader IV. My shader is self program, and this is gl dot info log length. I put it into max length, and then instead of a vector, so here's the thing, instead of a vector, I'm just gonna have a character array that is long enough. Let's do a var, let's call it, let's call the error log. Okay, let's go with error log. And that's gonna be I'm gonna just create an empty an empty array of const u8s, but yeah, one sized array, but I'm gonna like repeat it 256 times. Let's take it 256. Because I don't know. I hope the error messages are gonna be shorter. But for now, I'm just gonna do this. You know, I might do a bigger one. Or I might move it into a heap later. I just want to do it like this in a short way. Okay, so we remove this vector. Instead of that, we're gonna get a error log. Yeah, this shader thing is just called self program, and the error log is not this, but a ptr. And gl is gl get shader info log. Is that all? What does this say? Pointer modifier const not allowed on array child. What does that mean? Provide the info log. Okay, gl delete shader. Yes, don't link the shader. Gl delete shader. Delete shader, and that's gonna be self program. Wait, but it's not the program. It's actually the shader itself. It's actually the individual shader. Right. Okay. So I do need to. Oh, I didn't have to pass in the self program. I actually had to. I actually should have just said shader here, and then provided it as. What is actually the type of it? It's a gluint, so it's an I32. And then I can just replace all this with this instead of, whoops, this, and this. Okay, what's the problem here? Is compiled. Yeah, it doesn't like this for some reason. Oh, because this is a type. I think this is the problem, because they didn't initialize it to 0, like this. What is the issue here? Oh, I forgot the return type. I always forget return types. Damn it. Why is it so hard? Const not allowed on array child type. I don't understand what that means. What's an array child type? Pointer modifier const not allowed on array child type. Maybe I need to make it a U8 without a const. Yeah, apparently this works. An error has just been like inherited by includes. Okay, there it is. Okay, the character includes the null character. Okay, provide the info log. Don't link the shader. Okay, let me just remove all the comments. Okay, and let me add some. Oh wait, I'm not using the self, so this is not a self thing. There it is. Okay, compiled. Get shader. Compile status. Looks good. Log shader error. Okay, so after doing the shaders, let's say log shader error here. And I'm going to provide it with a vert shader. And I do the same thing for the frag shader. Log shader error frag shader. Okay, let's see what happens now. Let's see if it's going to report an error or not. Oh, there is a problem here. Expected type I32 found uint. So what is this shader? Get shader IV. No definition found. It does take a glint. No. What is a shader? A shader, I think the shader should be a U32 actually. Yeah, it is a uint. Okay, so it should be a U32. Oops. Wrong key. There it is. Yeah, here we go. Okay, there is a something. Debug native, failed with compilation errors. He has no member called GL shader, get shader IV. Okay, so shader IV with the capital, yeah. It's with the capital S. That's why. Okay. Let's try it now. No member name pointer in a UT. Okay. So does what is going on? Okay, error log. It doesn't have a pointer. Do I just cast it as a slice? Is that going to work? It should be a C pointer. Yeah, I think that it does. It does deduce to. Okay, let's see. There it is. It worked. So there's no problem. Okay, let's create a problem. Let's create a problem and let's see what happens now. Boom. Okay. Anything in the console? Nothing. Weird. Okay. Interesting. Why is it nothing happening? Did I do all of these things? Yes, I did. Delete shader. Okay. And return. Well, I don't need to return. But I should probably return an error. Okay, let's add an error. Shader compilation failed. Oh yeah, but then it needs to propagate through everything. So let's do an error. Shader compilation failed. Then I need to compile with an error. Then I need to try. Okay, and then I need to try. And then when I call compile, I also need to call with a try. That's a bit of an issue with the errors because they need to propagate through. But that's much better than in C++, like propagating a no throw. Yeah. Do you have any Python knowledge? I do have, for some simple things. Like I do my automation, like for files, moving files, copying and stuff. I usually do that in Python because it's so much easier than any other language. And you can just write a script and run it with a double click on the Py file. Okay, what does it say? What does it say? Compile, yes, compilation shader failed. Perfect. But it didn't. Oh, you know what's the problem? You know what's the problem? I'm not doing anything with the string. That's the problem. Okay, so I'm not actually. Yeah, I'm like I get the string and then I do nothing with the string. So let's just output an error. Info. Yeah, it should be log error. Shader compilation failed. Let's do it like this, and then a new line with an error. And that's, yeah, let's just output the error log, but I'm gonna output the error log until max length, so it's gonna be like from 0 to max length. So it's basically a slice. Oh, and it should be a string, by the way. What does it say? Oh, max length is not the use size. As use size. No, I need to. Is it going to be int cast? Is it going to automatically resolve into a use size? I wonder. It did. Nice. Okay, compilation error. What does it say? Hey, look at this. Shader compilation failed. Undeclared identifier. GL position, syntax error. Syntax error, syntax error. Syntax error, syntax error. Why is there two syntax errors? But there it is. It shows me the line 0 and 21. Nice. Cool. So, yeah. Now I can go into the shader and I can see that it's 0, 21, line 21. There it is. Well, this is actually not a problem. This is the problem because I guess it doesn't know what the GL position then is if this line has failed. But at least it has brought me to a somewhere. Okay. Let me actually put this in a new line. And I'm gonna add a new line afterwards as well. Okay, just so that it's a little bit clearer. It's gonna look terrible though, probably. Okay, compilation failed. Error, yeah, it's on a separate line. I don't know why it doesn't like create a new line before the error though. Before the panic. Should do it like this. And actually there is already a empty line afterwards, so maybe I don't need it. Let's increase this to 512 just in case. But here's the thing. I think that this max length is actually the maximum possible length. So I could actually put it to a 512 myself. Because this is the maximum possible length that the info outputs to, if I remember correctly. Search Bing. Shader info log. Max length specifies the size of character buffer for storing the return. Max length. Maximum, yeah. Info log, as much of the information log as it can, up to a maximum of max length. Yeah. So this is basically it's like a safety for your. Okay, let's add a const use size error log size. Oh, what am I doing here? Error log size equals, let's do a 512. Error log size so that I can put it to here. Okay, so that's going to be the maximum. 512 bytes. I think that's enough. Okay. Cool. So we have shader compilation errors done. Nice. Okay, there are also OpenGL errors that can also be caught in a similar way. And I need to remember how that's done. That can be done for any OpenGL code, basically. And there's also a way to check the linking of shaders. I remember that. But here is, yeah, for example, in my C++ code, I have assert. I have GL assert somewhere. GL assert, there it is. And in that GL assert, I'm doing some macro bullshit. This is something that somebody has suggested to me to make, but it is super annoying. Yeah, the thing is that you can get a call. Yeah, if basically I just wrap. I wrap a GL call. Yeah, and then I pass a function that I want to do, and it will automatically run. It will run a GL call. It will, yeah, this log call thing, and then the log call does this GL get error. Yeah, and then GL get error is basically after, whenever you call something in a GL library, like creating, initializing, like binding, like this. What it actually does is that it creates, if it errors, it pushes a string into this get error. Well, this get error actually, no, it's not a string. Sorry, it's not a string. It's just an enum, and it basically says, you know, if there's no error, this becomes 0, and if there is error, it's a non-zero thing, right? So whatever you do, you need to fetch errors. And yeah, so let me actually recreate something like this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that above everything. Maybe I'm gonna make a special function. I can do it actually at the bottom because it's not for you know, Zig doesn't have forward declarations. Let's call it just GL log call as I did. Oh yeah, by the way, let's push it into Git. I'm gonna say detect. Oh yeah, by the way, this vert, I should not stage the shader error. Shader compilation now outputs errors, which is very nice. Okay, GL log error. And basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, right? I'm gonna get an error in a while loop because it's like a stack. And yeah, let me actually check GL get error. Whoops, I didn't want to shift enter. Debugging. Okay. Aha, there it is. Basically what you can do is you can call a GL get error. And wait, there was actually a better example I saw somewhere. Debug shader. Reference compiler. Maybe it wasn't here. Checks if the error flags. But yeah, the point is that you should just like while through them. While, okay, you have an error code. and then you get it into a while. Is this even possible in Zig? I'm not sure. Can I do something like this? GL get error. So basically it's this one. But while, yeah, I need a variable as well, which is going to be undefined. This is the GL enum, right? Let's just call it and it's of type GL enum. And I'm going to make it undefined. So is that, and I need to check if it's not GL no error, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah. Wait. GL no error, yes. But yeah, this doesn't actually work in Zig. You can't, it would be stupid to do this in a yeah, I'm really not a fan of this as well. So yeah, I'm going to actually have to do it twice. I'm going to have to do it here, and then I'm going to have to do it inside the while loop. Which I'm totally fine with, because this is much less ambiguous way to do it, and a much more readable way. So yeah, if there is an error, I need to get an error, and in this case, in C++, you need to like turn it into a string. But actually in Zig, I should be able to just get the name of it, no? Let's see. Yeah, but I think that these are not scoped. Invalid enum. Yeah, these are not scoped, I think. That's the problem. Is there any scoped version of it? No, there is no. So yeah, I do actually have to output them by name, after all. So yeah, let's do a switch on And so if it's an invalid enum, I wonder if it's gonna, if this is going to work, if it's gonna cast as compile time int into a glenum. Yeah, can I actually stringify this somehow? Or not? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do this. Error string, let's call it like that. And it's gonna be this. Oh, it's just gonna be like invalid enum. And then I can log error found OpenGL error. Error string. Maybe there is a better way to do this. It would be nice. But yeah, because the enums are not scoped in this GL wrapper, then there's nothing much I can do but individually just output these. So I'm just gonna copy all these. But yeah. So invalid value. Oh, invalid value, yes. GL invalid value. Let's do that. GL invalid operation. Stack overflow. Is there a stack overflow? Wait, there's no Stack Overflow? Interesting. Stack. Oh, there's no stack. Strange. Out of memory? Okay, there is out of memory. Invalid frame buffer operation. Okay. So, wait. Stack Overflow and underflow doesn't exist. Let me add that as a comment. Underflow don't exist. Maybe it's a different version of OpenGL that does it. I'm not sure. Okay. Sorry, I'm a very slow typer. Okay, let's do this. And then I can just... Okay, and then I'm gonna have an else. Unknown error. Like this. Okay. So that's pretty much it. GL log error, and let's actually return it as a void, as an error void. And then I can have... yeah, I could have a GL error or something. And if it does error... Oh yeah, how do I get if it errors or not? Well, yeah, I can always actually check and... Oh yeah, error is gonna change. So I need to have some kind of a const that's gonna has errored. Errored. Let's do that. And then have an error is not GL no error at the beginning, so that I can see at the end. I can return if has errored, return oh, it is a shader. Yes. I have this in the shader. So let me just... I should probably move it into an engine or something. Let's have an engine error actually. I'm gonna just wrap here const error is error. I'm gonna say GL error. Great. It's a terrible name. And then I'm gonna return a engine error GL error. There we go. So if nothing happens, nothing has happened. Okay, so what can I do is that after doing my for example, compiling, or whenever I use, yeah, for example, when I create a mesh, right, what I can do is I can GL log error. And then it will automatically, yeah, but it doesn't actually return a void. It doesn't return an error. Yeah, the problem is now I have to have everything with a try. Whatever can create things. Okay, well, I guess I have to do that. I guess I have to do that at some point. So I'm just gonna not ignore the error and propagate that to main. try create like this. And where is my other mesh? Here it is. Okay. Try create. What's it complaining about? I think that's it. Okay. So let's see if it works. Maybe I already have some errors that I don't know of. Aha! There is a failure. Ah, there is a shader error. Okay, well, I've already fixed that. That is cool. Okay. So it should work now. I'm catching GL errors, but no GL errors should be happening. Cool. Okay. Nice. And like I should probably do that. I should probably add GL errors as well to other stuff. Like to the shader. Here, when I'm trying to compile. Let's see if it's going to actually log linking error or something. Yeah, we already returned an error here, so that's cool. I can just do it with a try. Okay. Cool, nice. Almost 2 hours of streaming. Not bad. We have, so far, we're handling all the errors. Oh, well, almost half of the job is done. But I think that the other stuff is going to be far more complicated. This was the easy part. Okay, so let's add this. Now handling OpenGL errors as well. Now handling OpenGL errors as well. Cool. Okay. Oh, by the way, I didn't actually mention anything about this perspective matrix near and far plane. Yeah. Well, I don't have a solution for that because this is something that I was really confused about on my last stream. So I don't know yet the solution to this. So I'm just gonna skip it. But basically, I don't understand how near and far planes work, because they're kind of like they have normalized values, which I'm not really sure what means. So because in my C++ engine, I'm just using like distances, distance to the near plane and distance to the far plane. Okay, so let's go on into creating some new vertex type that has position, UV, normal, and color. So basically what I have, now I have to like refactor a little bit of code that I've done yesterday on my past stream. And basically how things work right now is that mesh vertices are only an array list, which is an extendable list in Zig, similar to a C++ vector. And right now I only have floats, and these floats are simply positions. And when I actually create the attributes, what I do here is I say, okay, the first attribute pointer is 0, size of, there's 3 of them, and then in the shader I simply define it as position. That's it. But what I really want to do is I want to have not a position, but a few other things, like normals, colors, and UVs, because UVs are going to be used for textures, and normals for lighting. So yeah. But how do I do that? Right, I need to convert a vertex. I need to convert these floats into a new struct. So I'm going to introduce a struct that is called vertex. And that is exactly what I have in my C++ engine, by the way. If I go into Vertex, you can see that this is actually my shakedown engine Vertex structure. I have 3 floats for position, 2 floats for UVs. I have a second layer of UVs that I don't actually use, but I need to set it because shaders will break if I don't. So it's kind of like one of those things that I just kept because I was too lazy to fix. But yeah, then there are some colors. There's 2 layers of colors basically. And in Shakedown, I'm using the first layer of colors for shading, so for like baked lights. And then the second layer I use for splat materials for to like mix different textures for a splat. For a little bit nicer shading. And of course I have UVs for textures. Okay. So I want to do something like this in my engine. So this is going to be a huge change because I need to change a lot of code. Instead of having a F32, I'm going to change it. Oh yeah, and one more thing that has changed since when I started making this engine is that I've added a math library. So now I can actually use vector 3s from Mach engine, which I am using for uniforms, of course, as I have done. Here, I am using vectors, vector 3, vector 4, but my vertices still use floats. So like, I don't need to do that, right? I don't need to have just floats. Okay, so let me make a new struct. Did I push everything? Yeah, let's make a new struct. It's gonna be public. And it's gonna be called a vertex. And this struct is gonna have position, and that's going to be math vector 3. Then I'm gonna have, should I have normal first or UVs? Maybe UVs, right? UV math, that's gonna be a vector 2 because you have only 2 UV coordinates. We're gonna have normals, math vector 3, and we're gonna have, well, let's add colors as well. But yeah, let's not call it in plural. Let's actually do normal and color like this. And this is gonna be a vector 4. I'm gonna make a 4 component vector. And we don't, I forgot to add a comma at the end again. So we're not gonna use all of them immediately, but it doesn't matter. We can easily change it later as well. If I don't need something, I'm just gonna take it out. Okay, so now instead of having an F32 of vertices, I'm gonna have a vector, a vertex. So this is gonna hold a, and then of course I have a vertex here as well. And as I am creating this, now it's not gonna work to just push vertex items, right? But I need to get a first element of a vertex as well. So this changes a lot, right? And of course, I need to build all the array pointers, right? Enable vertex attribute array. So if I have multiple pointers, do I actually have to enable individually like this? I can't remember. Let's see what I'm actually doing in my engine, in my C++ engine. So this is all happening in mesh. There it is. Okay, so there it is. Vertices, and that's a vertex. So where am I actually creating attributes? Create attributes, there it is. Okay, so when I create attributes, right? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I have some helper functions. I have some helper functions that I made. It's actually templated where you can pass in a type. Yeah, add elements, attribute helper. Oh, yes. I completely forgot I have this attribute helper. Wow, yes. I'm not actually creating this statically. This is all templates. Offset bytes. Right, I'm actually calculating how many bytes do I need to offset. Whoa. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, and the funny thing is that, like, oh yeah, I made this super complicated thing and then I only used it once. So yeah. Yeah, and then when you add elements, you can say, oh yeah, you have to create a new attribute array for each element. Okay, so attribute index, and this actually increases each time. Yeah, I see. When you add an element. Yeah, I could actually create something like this in my code as well. Let's do a private function just like this. I'm gonna call it add element. And yeah, let's do just like something like this. Enable vertex attribute array. Yeah. So what are the things that I actually need to do? I need to give it a float type. GL. Yeah, let me move this into this new function. Okay, I'm definitely gonna I'm gonna pass a uint for a like attribute number. I don't know how to attribute ID. And that's gonna be a U32. That's gonna be passed like this, attribute ID. And I think this is the same thing, no? Index. It is the same thing. Yeah, it is the same thing. But here I'm actually doing it before. Attribute array. Enable attribute array before. Interesting. Prefer using add element. Okay. So I have some things here. What else is there? Normalized. Yes, let's do normalized like as a bool. So that's going to be, that's this, normalize. There is no ternary, right? So I can do if normalize GL false, GL true, else GL false. Is that gonna work? Yeah, that's the ternary operator in Zig. And then of course I need to pass it a type, which in this case is, am I gonna have anything that's non-float? I don't think so. Well, for now at least, for now. Right? Vertex, where is my vertex? Vertex. I don't have anything that is not, everything is a float. Yeah. So let's just do floats. I'm not gonna pass that. Okay. Let's do actually let's put it outside. Okay, can it infer type through return? It does. Okay, that's good. And yeah, I need to pass it a count as well. And what is this? Is this a stride? This is a size. Okay, so this is like a number of, and this is a stride. So this is how, yeah, this is how far from the beginning it is. And this is something that I need to calculate from the beginning. So yeah, we're gonna have a count here. and yeah, I'm gonna pass a count. Yeah, let's actually be more precise and call it element count. And that's gonna be U32. And I'm gonna have a stride. U32. Okay. But yeah, the stride. And what is this null at the end? I forgot. Vertex attribute pointer. To something pointer. I don't know. Pointer. It just says pointer. Let's see. Vertex attribute pointer. Oh. What? Vertex attribute pointer. Offset. Wait a minute. Normalized stride offset. Normalized stride. Why is offset null? But here it says pointer. Offset. Specifying an offset in bytes of the first component an offset in bytes of the first component in the vertex attribute array. Ah, okay, so maybe this is like a offset from the beginning of data or something. Let's look for offset. Yeah, they use actually this offset value for normals. So what the hell is this then? What is the stride? Ah, stride is to the next element. Stride is to the next element, right? That's what the stride is. Yeah. Wait. Add element. Yeah, it's the size of the whole vertex. Yeah, I actually have that. That is going to be... Yeah, this is not null, but this is going to be the... Yeah, the strides is actually the whole thing. So this should be size of vertex. That's what it should be. Okay. And this is the element position. So let's call it element position instead. Okay, and element count is going to be this count. Okay, cool. There we go. Let's see if this is gonna work. Okay, so instead of these vertex array attribute pointers, I'm gonna call add element. Attribute ID 0, normalize false, element count 3, and element's position is 0. So this is position. Position. Add element 1, normalize true because it's UV, I think. Or should it be false? No, it shouldn't be actually. UVs shouldn't be normalized. They should be able to go below and above 0 and 1. Element count 2, element position is 2, but it should be, element position should be size of offset bytes. Yeah, it should be total number of bytes. Can I? So here's the question. Let's do a size of float here. Let's call it size of float F32. Okay, so I'm gonna introduce a variable that's gonna be offset, and I'm gonna make it 0 at the beginning. Let's make it usize. Or should it be a U32? I'm not sure. Let's make it U32. And then offset is gonna grow by 3 times fs. Can I actually put 2 statements in a line in Zig? Sure. Okay. Oh no, I can't. The formatter doesn't like that. Okay. So this is how it's gonna be, right? I'm gonna just offset. It would be super nice to have lambdas, but Zig doesn't have lambdas, so that I can just put this offset in a separate function. Okay, and then I can, yeah, let's do, this is UVs. And then we have 2 is colors. So there's 3, no, normals. 3 normals and offset. Yeah, we basically pass offset everywhere. Like this. And we're gonna have another one which is, yeah, this is 3 and 3 colors. 3 colors with an offset. And then we also add, here we add 2, and here we add 3 elements. And then at the end we don't have to recalculate offset one more. So that's basically it. UVs, and this is normals, right? And then we have colors. It would be nice to add these into the vertex, actually, now that I think about it. So that if I change the vertex, yeah, let's try to do that. Let's try to add it into the vertex, actually. Like this. And this is going to be mesh add elements. Expected void. Okay, but you know what? Would it be able to actually pass a type of position or something? Because then I don't need to have this offset. Or maybe I do, but yeah, it would be nice to have like a throwaway attribute helper, sort of. And if this could be a, you know what, it would be so cool if this would be a compile time, a comp time variable that doesn't even exist at runtime. And well, where did I removed it here, right? Array buffer. Yeah, and then I'm gonna just say Vertex add attributes, or I should say create attributes or something. But yeah, adding elements could be done through the type. So this could be comp time. But yeah, why would I generate new elements, new functions, when this is only going to exist at comp time? Yeah, it is something to think about for future, for optimization. But I think that for now this is fine. But I could also keep the state so that I don't have to offset this in a little attribute helper, just as I did. Okay, let's do this quickly. Let's make a const attribute helper, because why not? And then I can say I can hold an offset inside like this. And then when I say add element, you know what? This is bad because I haven't even I haven't even tested if this works. But yeah, okay. Let me do it. Let me do it. No, let's do it like this first, because this should work. This should work. I just need to change main to accept vertices. Oh yeah, by the way, now I have to change the mesh completely. The problem is that I have to assign all of these, but by default I'm just going to make them 0. Vector is 0. Oh, z. Oh no, that's not 0. There is no 0. Or is there? Interesting. It's missing a 0. It would be nice to have a const 0 somewhere in the math library. Maybe I can contribute to the to Mach math with that. But yeah, I like to have a 0. Let's do a vec30 here. Okay, v30. What about that? And then I'm going to have just a vec3 with a 0, 0, 0. Maybe it does have that. I just don't know if it exists. And then I can just say v30. Okay, so that I initialize it. Like this. Okay, and that's not gonna be that's gonna be a vector2, 0. Like this. Oh wait. Yeah, I can't initialize it like this. I need to initialize it like this. No. Does not support array initialization syntax. No, I have to actually initialize it like with a .v. like this. Okay, this works. But does it actually initialize to 0 by default? Maybe it does. That would actually be nice. No, it doesn't. Oh, look! There is actually a compile error. Expected vec2, vec3, vec4 found unknown. Yeah, maybe there's a way to do the same thing with my set uniforms. But it doesn't matter. It already works. What is the problem here? Does not support initialization syntax. Why doesn't it? Did I make some kind of a silly syntax mistake? No, this is not a function. Use of undeclared identifier. How? Okay, let me try to build. What does it say? MathVec does not support initialization syntax. How come it doesn't when it's a type? Is it because it's an extern struct? I am confused. This should definitely be a v20. So vec2 works, but vec3 doesn't work for some reason. Or is it just the ZLS is weird? No, it definitely complains about vector 3. This is strange. But can you actually initialize it like this? Or not? Okay, now this complains. Okay, let's try to do a 0, 0. Okay, that works. Expected type. vec4. Okay, yes, I need the vec4 as well. Oh, and this should be a vec4. vec4 0. Okay, Oh no, this is v3. This is a vec4. Oh, and by the way, yes, the elements should be 4 here. Wait, this is number 2. This is 3 and this is 4. Okay, good. So, let's see. So now, when I'm creating these, the cube, okay, let's remove the triangle, because triangle is kind of legacy. We don't need a triangle anymore. We have the cool cube now. Let's see. Let's do, yeah, I can't append vertices now. Let's remove that. Cube. Append slice. So yes, this won't work because vertices need to be a vertex now, and it's surprising that it doesn't complain. Let's see. Aha, there it is. Use of undeclared identifier. Okay, this is a different problem. You don't need that. Expected engine vertex found, comp time float. Perfect, yes. This is exactly what I need, what I had a problem with. So, position, oh yeah. So this is all going to be positions. So I create a slice of, oh yeah, lets me import the vertex as well. Const vertex is engine vertex. Okay, so I have vertices here. This is gonna be vertex open bracket position, and then I need to initialize position to math vec3. This now becomes extremely verbose. Okay, so basically I need to have this that repeats for the whole thing. And this is going to be a comma. This is where I would use macros in C. Okay, so let's try, oh yeah. So we have 8 vertices, right? 1, like this. Okay, so I'm going to just add these. And let's hope that I didn't make a mistake. And then I'm going to copy these inside here. Okay, and hopefully this works. Oh, and now it's completely, the order is fucked up. But here we go. Okay, so let's try to build now. Aha, what does it say? Value with comp time only type, it depends on runtime control value. Comp time int. What? This is a weird error. Value with comp time only type, comp time int, depends on runtime control flow. Maybe it's because the... Yeah, I should make it actually a, let's try to make it a U32. Maybe that's, it can't infer. Yeah, it is a comp time int, so it can't infer a type. That's the problem. Let's see. Let's see if this works. And now it complains about the element count. What is the element count? Is a glint, actually. Not a U32. Why would that be? Is there any reason why the element count would be an int and not a usize? I can always int cast this. Let me actually check the reference just to see if, like, why is it like this? Vertex attribute pointer, no. GL vertex attribute pointer, yeah, this one. Okay, so it says that this is yeah, the size is a glint. Why? Specifies the number of components per generic type. Must be 1, 2, 3, 4. Additionally, so it must be 1, 2, 3, 4, and it can't be negative. So I don't understand why is it the glint. It's weird. Anyway, what's the problem with the norm now? Expected type U8, found U32. Oh yeah, this should actually be a U8. Okay. Cool. And even the element position is wrong. Expected type const any opaque, found U32. Okay. How do I cast into const any opaque? Int cast. Is it gonna do the magic trick? Of course not. Okay. What do I do? Const any opaque. How the hell do I cast into a const any opaque? Okay, let's move it here, and then I'm gonna say EC here. Okay, so any opaque. There is the problem. Expected type constant found U32. There is a pointer cast, right? Pointer from int. Let's try that. Is that gonna work? Yes, it does work. Integer to a pointer. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea why this thing accepts a pointer. Vertex attribute pointer. Is it GL vertex attribute pointer? Pointer. Specifies offset of the first component of the first generic vertex attribute in the array and the third. Yeah, that is the offset. The initial value is 0. Why the fuck is this pointer a void star? This is what I don't understand. If pointer is not null, a non-zero named buffer object must be bound. Otherwise, an error is generated. Wait, so it is a pointer. pointer is treated as a byte offset into the buffer object's data store. The buffer object binding is saved as generic attribute array state for index. But in my engine, I am actually using this for as a byte offset. So I'm pretty sure this is safe, but let's try to build it. Okay, there is a problem. Cast causes pointer to be null. Okay. Well, it's intended. It's intended. So I guess I need to make it a questionable pointer. Is that gonna work? Yes, but it doesn't work. Okay. So I think the problem is now that I need to make my shader also work with new locations. Okay, so we are gonna have UV vec2 norm, and we're gonna have color, right? This is vec3, this is vec4, location 2, location 3. Let's try it now. Even though I'm not using any of those. Cool, it doesn't work. But does it actually give me any output about mistakes? It doesn't do. Okay. So what am I doing wrong? That is the question. Did I copy this correctly? Vertex position and everything is 0 except position. Hey, I forgot. No, wait, I am adding an element. So, what did I forget to do? That is the question now. Let's see. Element position. So this is the same thing that I'm doing in my own engine, which is like offset. Oh, offset bytes. Oh no, I am calculating the bytes with add attributes. It is bytes. So offset by 3, offset by 2, offset by 3, and then that's it. I wonder if there might be any alignment issue or something. Let's see what's the size of vertex. Size of vertex. Size of vertex 64. Okay, let's calculate if this is good. Okay. So what do we have? We have position 3 plus. So we have 3 floats. We have 2 floats plus. That's for the UVs, then we have 3 normals, and then we have 4 colors. Okay, and that's 12. Then by 4, that's 48 by 4 bytes. Okay, so that's definitely not 64. So I'm wondering if there is some kind of vector alignment going on. There must be. Okay, maybe it needs to be an extra struct. That's the problem, right? If it's an extra struct, it makes it into like, you know, the order is guaranteed then. Let's try that. Oh, it's already active. Let's not do that. Size of 64. Okay, what if I say packed struct? Is it going to be any different? Packed structs cannot contain fields of type vec. Interesting. Interesting. Because they're not packed as well, I guess. So is it actually pretending that all the vectors are always for length? That can't be. That can't be. So it's 16 by 4, 64. Maybe it does. Maybe it makes all the vectors actually of the same size. That would be weird. Okay, let me actually check. Info. Size of vec3. And here I'm going to say size of vec2. What? Did I? Oh, it's still packed. Okay, let's not pack. Let's not pack the struct. Unused argument. Yes, I forgot to add a format. Okay, size of vec3 is 16. Size of vec2 is 8. Then how is it possible for size of vertex to be 64? I'm thinking that it's actually adding some padding in between this, which is not good if you have vertices. So maybe it's adding alignment between the individual things. And it doesn't allow me to have packed struct, which is weird. Don't the shader sources need to be 4-byte aligned? No, this is this is not 4-byte aligned. This is more byte aligned. That's the problem. So what is going on here? What's the name of that site for drawing? Damn, I forgot. What's the cool drawing site? Elixir. It's not Elixir. IntelliXir something. Damn. What's the name of it? Vector drawing online. It has a super weird, unrememberable name. Oh, and by the way, it's super raining outside. The storm is starting, I think, again. Okay. Just give me a moment until you suggest me some online drawing. Excalidraw, yes, that's the one. I keep forgetting it. It's such a unrememberable generic name, and it has nothing to do with. That's the one. Thank you. Thanks, Diago50. Oh, and also the corn, 1896. Yes, perfect. Okay, well, on my computer, well, I'm not using my own computer right now, by the way, but on my computer I have it as a bookmark. Maybe I should add a bookmark as well. Favorites, add, Excalidraw, there it is. Okay. So yeah, what I'm talking about here is, are there grids? No? Okay. Let's pretend. It would be nice to have some grid shapes. What does it say? Stroke, edges, layers, no. What is this? Diamond. Okay, no. Frame tool. Okay, well, it would be nice to have a grid. But anyway, accent is pretty close. Are you from the Balkans? I am from the Balkans, yes. You are correct. Okay, so yeah. These are bytes. Okay. And here's what I expect. Right? This is position here. Position has 3 floats, right? So okay, let me just draw it like I don't know. There's a float here. There's a float here. There's a float here, right? 4 floats. And then we have a UV here, which is like 4 floats. 4 floats. And then there is a, okay, I'm just gonna copy this. And then erase this. Beautiful. So I expect, this is what I expect, right? Then there is like 3 floats for the normal, right? And finally there is 4 normals for the color, 4 bytes for the color. Okay, and now there's less bytes. Okay, but I think what happens is it actually aligns them. Oh wow, that's a huge thunder. UV is 4 floats. No, UV is 2 floats. I have just 2 floats. I don't need 4 floats. But I think what is happening is like it's aligning them to something like this, like to a block of 4s, So like it aligns the whole position to a block of force, and then the next one to a block of force, and then the next one to a block of force. That's what I think is happening. Because that's what it seems. Whoops, like this, right? So that's why my positions are completely destroyed. And yeah, so it's not aligning them to 4 bytes. It's actually aligning them to like a block of 4 by 4 bytes. You might try changing a struct to extra printing out offset of for the fields. Yeah, well, I already did an offset. Sorry, I already tried an extern, but it does the same thing. Right, the size of vertex is 64, but it doesn't make sense. Like, why would it be 64? Because this is 3 by 4, this is 2 by 4, 3 by 4. It's not enough. Yeah, but it does say that the size of vector 2 is 8. So the problem is not in the vector itself. It's not the problem in this one. In math.vec3 vec2. It's the problem in the vertex struct. And then you say offset of. Interesting. What is offset of? I never used it. Offset of. Oh, offset of. So you provided the vertex. And you provided a name of the field. Okay, let's try UV, right? And what does it return? It returns a comp time int. Okay, so I can push it here. Offset of. Well, okay, for the position it's gonna be the same. So let's see. Oh, it's already active. I'm running the game. Offset is 16. There is the problem. 16 bytes. Yeah, you see, it is actually the UV is offset by 16, which is 4 by 4. It's here. So why does it actually add this byte offset? Why Zig for game engine? Why not? I do already have an engine in C++, so I'm just like, okay, why not try Zig? So okay, if I can grab an offset of, then I don't need to have this offset thing. I can simply call the offset of. Okay, let's try that. Let's try putting an offset of instead. Let's hide this and use the offset of in here. Normal. Okay, and I don't need the offset then because I'm not really using it. And this one is gonna be 0 for sure because it's the first one. What's the problem? What's the problem? The problem is this is missing. Whoop. And I'm not using the fs anymore. Okay, it still doesn't work. It still doesn't work, even though the offset is now... It definitely is bytes, right? It does output bytes. Why Zig for game engine? No, I mean like are there many benefits? Well, the first benefit is that... Oh, sorry, I knocked down my microphone. That's a necessity to happen on the stream. I'm so angry. I was like, what are the benefits? I'm gonna smash my microphone. No, I was just moving on the chair. So what are the benefits? Well, first off, no header files. That's probably the biggest one. Like in my, this is my C++ engine, and I am like looking into it at like how did I implement stuff, and maybe rebuilding everything. But then there's like so many macros. There is, I don't know. It's crazy. And then that's one thing. Another thing is like dependencies. Every time you need to build something, it's such a, it's just a horror to work with. Compilation and header files, and and I just want something new and something that is a bit safer and nicer to work with. Okay, and I mean, there's so many things that Zig does well. Comp time, it has optional values, errors, and a bunch of other stuff that I was talking on my previous streams. On my first 3 streams, I was basically just showing off what cool features of Zig, like the comp time, packed structs and bools. I don't know, captures, multi-element for loops, allocators. Yes, you're passing allocators everywhere, and it has even built-in vectors as well. So a lot of cool stuff. New for loop is nice. It is, yeah, the multi-object for loop. So let's go back to my problem. So what is still my problem, even if I have the offset of? Enable Vertex attributor. So I've noticed in my C++ code, by the way, that I'm calling enable attribute array before attribute pointer. Let's see what happens if I just change the position of that. Does it change anything? Oh, it's running. Terminates task. That doesn't change anything. So I'm not sure if this is the thing. I think just enable attribute array is a normal thing. Okay, so I must be making a mistake somewhere. I must be making a mistake somewhere, some stupid mistake. Let's see what's the difference between my past commits. Okay. So I've replaced, where is the stuff that I am removing? didn't I remove, okay, yes, I removed these two lines, right? Which was GL float, 03 GL float false size of F32. Yeah, this is size of bytes, and then I passed the null as well. Enable vertex attribute array was after that. And I replaced this with add attributes. And add attributes creates all these. It calls add element. I'm not normalizing anything, no. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the problem is that this could also be a problem with the vertex, but no. It was working before. It was working with just the positions, yeah. But then I also changed this the way I do the cube. So I have to wrap everything into like a position now. And everything else is a 0, which is okay, right? 0, 0, 0, 0. Let me add a log offset. Name okay, size of, yeah, let me just output the offset like this. Offset of I'm gonna pass this as a name, but it needs to be comp time, I think. No? I think so. Let's see. How can I... Oh, log offsets. Position. Yeah, I mean, this is totally unimportant anyway. But I think that, yeah, I can't do this because this is not comp time, no. I need to make it comp time. This should work, right? Yes. Okay, so what does it say? Size of. Doesn't say anything. Ah, there it is. Offset of position. Okay, let's do... Just to check, but I think I understood that already. Right, color normal. Notice the trailing. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna read your. Okay. 16, 32, 48, 64. Yeah, it's all multiples of 16. No, wait, 0, 16, 32. Yeah, and then 64 is the entire size of. I think you're setting your strides to be the offset of the member of the struct rather than the size of the struct. Offset of the member of the struct. But no, I am setting the stride to the size of the entire vertex. And then this is the position that I pass in here. This one, which is the offset. But I need to cast it into a pointer. Because this is exactly the same thing that I'm doing. So basically I'm just looking into my C++ engine. I was doing the same thing. I was calculating the size of vertex, and this is the offset bytes converted to void star. By the way, this should be a lowercase. Just noticed. I think you're setting us right. Did you add new shaders recently? And are you using embed file for the shader? Yeah, I am using embed file. You can see it here. In the main, here it is. Vertex, embed file, frag, embed file, frag. This is how Snaktro Volkanzig does the shaders. No, this is a trail and dot star. Dot star. Well, it still works. It still works. I mean, not even. I don't have to do the dot star. It worked. Like it worked until I I started remaking the mesh. So, well, the only difference in the shader is that I've now added all the attributes. And is there a problem here? This could also be a problem, right? But it is the same. Position, UV, normal, color, vec3, vec2, vec3, vec4. That's exactly the thing I have here. So it should all be the same thing. Vec3, vec2, vec3, vec4. Yeah, I don't know. 3, 2, 3, 4. Three, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could even improve this add element if I know the type of the, by not having to pass the individual numbers, but it's, yeah, I don't know. Attribute ID, add attributes, add element 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, am I forgetting to maybe do some OpenGL thing? Vertex attribute helper. Is there... Do I have a constructor? Begin VAO. Okay. Wait. Gen vertex arrays. Okay. Gen vertex arrays. Bind vertex array. Am I binding? Yes, I am binding a vertex array. Okay, that's good. Create vertex buffer. That's just the vertex buffer. Empty vertex buffer. Okay, set vertex buffer data. No, this is... Oh, I have an idea. Okay. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, I don't know, but let's see. So when I'm drawing... Wait, when I'm passing in vertices, right? Where is that? Yeah, when I create a mesh, actually. What's the number of vertices here? Ah! I just facepalmed. Here's my problem. I didn't change this. This is like, you know, how much buffer data are you passing? And I still have a size of F32. Ah, it's not the size of Vertex. Okay. And yeah. Yeah, there it is. Vertices, items, length, and size of vertex. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it works. Of course it works. There it is. Yeah, so I had the same exact problem. not the same exact, but almost. 2 days ago, where I was actually just passing a length without bytes, like this, and I had the same problem where it was like, well, it's not showing. Why is it not showing? There you go. Okay, so I'm just looking into this, and I'm like, what the hell is... But, you know, the funny thing is that I did find out that about this padding, which I maybe wouldn't have found until later, you know? Because if I have just put here, like, those... yeah, well, nothing would have happened now, because I only have... The stride is not important. I mean the offset, because I only have position. But once I start doing UVs and normals and colors, that would be weird. That would be like, what the hell is happening here? Yeah, cool. Okay, so maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this add element. I don't want to add more things into it. I think if it works, it's good. But yeah, I don't need the log offset anymore. And I can actually put this down here. I'm so used to C where it's like, I mean C++, where it's like, you know, you have to do, you have to put everything above to be usable, like, because of forward declarations. Here you don't have to think about it. Yeah, let me actually change this to small letters. Actually, is renaming gonna work? Hopefully. Add element. There it is. It has changed. Surprisingly works. Let's see if it builds and works. Yeah, it still works. Cool. Okay. Much safer to do renaming in Zig than in than in C++. Okay, so yeah, Vertex is now, yeah, Vertex struct with normals, colors, and UV. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's make a shader now that is gonna have a little bit of lighting, lighting. Vertex types with position UV normal color. Done. Add the normals to cube. Yeah. I think. Okay. Hello. Just in case you run into shader alignment problems later on, found a Zig Discord help thread about this. I think it may work in debug build, but not in release. Oh, I see. Force alignment of embed file data. Oh. Embed file. Okay, yes. So the things that I haven't tried running in release mode yet. Yeah, it might be a problem. Let's see later. Okay, let's make a lit cube for now. So, to make a lit cube, I need to add normals. And what are normals? Well, okay. Well, I need to have each face of a cube, right? You have a cube. It has different faces. And it has different vertices, right? Vertices actually in a cube, if you want to make it... Oh yeah, this is something that I totally forgot. I should actually split... I actually need to split the vertices now. Interesting. Yeah, so the thing is that if you have a single vertex, you have a normal that is like pointing outside. Something like this. But the problem is that I have a single vertex for all these faces. So all these faces are actually sharing this one vertex. And there's also two more faces down out there. But I would need to split the vertices. Oh, okay. This is... I wasn't actually planning on doing this. Let's see if... so there are 8 vertices, right? That's the problem. Is there somewhere code... cube from code procgen split faces. Splitting a face of a cube. Easy way to remove excess geometry. Procedural mesh. Where did I find cube from code? Cube from code. Vertices. How to generate a cube. Yeah, I could actually generate it on the fly, to be honest. I don't need to have a preset. I actually have... I'm pretty sure I have somewhere... Wait. Mesh X Unity. I have my code. Oh! Mesh extensions. I did this long time ago. Maybe I have some cube code. Primitives. Oh, that's it. There's no primitives. Primitives 2. Circle. Sphere. Is there a cube? Tell me there's a cube. Oil tank. Sphere. You know what? Maybe I should make a sphere. Because it's like a nice... yeah, it would show... it would actually show normals much nicer. Let's go with a sphere, to be honest. Okay. Let's just copy this code. Okay, I'm gonna make a new source file. I'm gonna call it shapes, and I'm gonna add some shapes. The first one, sphere. Sphere and should I pass a mesh pointer? Maybe I should pass a mesh pointer. So I'm gonna have engine import, and I'm gonna have, yeah, let me just copy all of these. Sphere is gonna be, yeah, let me actually pass a mesh into it by a pointer, and then have vertical segments 32, radius f32. And then I can say, okay, this is like minimizing them. Vertices, triangles. Oh, it's using triangles, not indices. Okay, let me say mesh vertices clear and free. Clear retaining capacity. Clear retaining capacity, just in case. And yeah, that's the vertices and indices. Vertical segments. Yeah, this is not a for loop that Zig has, but I'm gonna do a 0 to vertical segments plus 1. Can I do this? And then I have, that's going to be a V. Okay. H height, var height. Maybe that's a const. Okay, we have a cos of V as a float. As f32 v divided by vertical segments and pi. Stud, yeah, I didn't import stud. Stud math pi by radius. Okay, that's one thing. Another const ring radius sin as f32. Oh, this should actually be a float, int to float, float from int. That's better. Instead of as, float from int. Okay, vertical segments by stud math pi radius. Oh, and I don't actually have normals here. Oh, the normals are here. Okay. Clear retaining capacity. Yes. So, what are my vertices? Vector 3 of vertices. Oh no, I have I have more stuff here that I need to add. This is more like I wasn't intending to rewrite my C# code, but here we are. Let's see what can I fetch. Circle points. There it is. Nice. Circle points. Okay, let's see what circle points are. Normalized Ah, yes, it goes around. Oh no, I have project on plane. Why am I even doing this? Theta sides project on plane. Circle points. Wait a minute. This one doesn't even take in normals. So what is this? Ah, this is actually a simplified one. This is a simplified one. Yeah, this is what sucks about C# overloaded functions. I didn't know that there's two versions of them. Okay, let's do this. I32 radius f32 and return void. No, this should return void. There's no public static. There's just fun. And we're gonna have points. So sides. Let's just make a little fixed buffer, VBA, fixed buffer allocator. How do I do this? std fix heap fixed buffer allocator. Init. Ah, yes, you need a backing buffer as well. I forgot about that. You know what? I might actually just do return points. Damn it. How do I return heap allocated? I can't. I need to put it. I need to provide it here. Circle points. So yes, basically I need to have I need to provide. Okay, I'm gonna provide an array list. Std array list of math. I don't have math. Of math dot vector 3. So yes, I'm not gonna init here. Yeah, so we have a list. Init capacity. I'm gonna init. Ah, shit. I need to do this outside. Okay, well, I'm just passing in the list then. But that's probably gonna have to be... Okay. Yeah, let's do a for loop of all the sides. So it is 2, 0, 2 sides plus 1. And that's gonna be an I. Theta math pi. Vector 3, this is gonna be... Why is it called CI though? Cos theta. Okay, this is not a vector 3, a new vector 3. Ah, this is math dot vec 3. 0 and math sin theta radius. Okay, cool. And then... Oh, okay, the list is called points. So let's do this. Points I... Yeah, instead of this, I'm gonna just add points append CI. There we go. Okay, and I don't need to have points then. Okay. Oh yeah, and I'm not returning points because I'm filling them up. What am I getting wrong here? Anything else? No, this is... Oh, okay, this is wrong. This should be a sin. Anything else wrong? No, that is it. Okay, cool. So I can continue working on this one. So I'm getting these circle points, right? But let's do a quickly a fixed buffer a few eights undefined. Okay, and then I do a fixed buffer allocator, which is init u8. Yeah, I provided with a buffer as a slice, and this gives me the allocator. And then I can make an array list. Where is it? Let's do points. Std array lists. FBA allocator. And then I can pass points into here. But I probably should make it a pointer, right? Because it doesn't make any sense to just pass it as a... I don't actually know. Can you actually pass it as a static? Yeah, because this wouldn't work. No? Doesn't make any sense, yeah. Oh, and this needs to be a try. And that means that it propagates to here, and then it propagates to here as well. And this is just circle points. Okay, and then we have for each radial segments. Wait a minute, I'm just adding a height. What is this? Ah, I see. But where am I actually using points? Wait, I'm confused. Circle points. Wait a minute. Ah, verts. Okay, so it's called verts. It's not points. Okay, let's do verts. And then this is 402 radial segments plus 1. Capture the I. And then you have verts, but they're not indexable. You need to get items. And then I can't do this because it's not a... Okay, I need to do this. Dot add. Probably, I'm not actually sure. Wait, I'm adding just the height. So that means that I can do 1, which is a y plus equals height. That should be it, hopefully. And then for the final, oh, I'm doubling here. And what is this? Vertical segments. Okay. And then finally, what is this? Vertical segments. That's the same thing, right? Grid mesh. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, I'm adding as triangles. Oh my god. Okay. Why am I even doing this? I didn't know that I have so many dependencies. Okay, this sucks. This sucks. I should have used something that has less... and this is using a strip as well. Yeah, my automatic... Okay, well, let's not even do this. I'm gonna get deep into this and not do anything. Or maybe I can just use my brain 5% more and then do this correctly. So the problem is that I'm using the circle points, which is completely useless. That buffer init looks wrong a moment ago. Oh, by the way, this is not a... Yeah, I know. Wait. Let's do this, yes. Because I was initialized. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that it would tell me I was wrong, but just if I finished everything. Yeah, the problem is that I have this magic for making triangles. Add as triangles. Yeah, and then normals. Yeah, I can actually create normals myself. Okay. So yes, vertices. No, we're not doing vertices. Mesh. Okay, so mesh. Wait, I get these vertices, right? So that's one circle, I think, of points. So for each of the circle of points, I want to do mesh vertices. I already have these, so if radial segments is less, undeclare identify radial segments. How is that possible? Where? How? Okay. Sphere radial segments. Okay, I must have lost it somewhere. Radial segments. I32. Okay, and yeah, I am actually going to do it here. I'm gonna add mesh vertices append. It's gonna be a new vertex where the position is gonna be a new math. Oh no, it's just going to be verts items I. And that's pretty much it. Instead of this. Okay, so what is going on here? Float from int must have known result type. Yeah. As F32. That's okay now. Buffer, point utils. Yeah, I don't have point utils anymore. I have circle points to which I pass verts. But I need to pass it as a pointer. Probably. It's not telling me, but I think I should. Radial segments, ring radius. Yeah. Okay. So I have the points, but I don't have the triangles. So now I need to add the triangles. And it's similar as in the grid. So basically I'm adding oh, whoops. For each of the radial segments, should I do like 0 to radial segments? Yeah, and this is not gonna be, let's call it R. For each of the radial segments, yeah, so how does this work, right? I have points in a sphere like this, and I have the next points in the sphere, which is like this, and I need to connect them. So I need to do like one triangle, other triangle, next triangle, this triangle. Oh, I just drew incorrectly. But yeah, the point is it's very similar as a grid. When you have a grid, you also have the same thing. Where yeah, let's say that this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and then you have the next side, the next row 4, 5, 6, 7. And basically what you want to do is you want to do this triangle. Well, let's do this one, and then you want to do this one. So your indices should go like 0, 1, 4, 0, 1, 4, and then you have 4, 1, or 1, 5, 4, 1, 5, 4, and then next one goes 1, 2, 5, 2, 2, 6, 5, right? And so on and so on. So for each of the segments, I need to grab a first index. Let's do a const I0. And that is going to be R by So that's going to be this one. 0, 1, 2, 3. So that one goes, yeah, so I need to get, basically I have blocks of 6 indices or 2 triangles. And so this one is always going to be the same as I, right? Or yeah, it's the same thing. Then I have the second vertex, which is r plus 1. Then I have the third vertex, which is the next one in the row, right? We have r plus not radial segments, but vertical segments, right? Or is it radial segments? It is radial segments. So you calculate this. Oh yeah, I need to loop through it, actually. I need to loop through the vertical segments as well. For like vertical segments V. Okay, so double loop. And then I have, that is radial segments by vertical segments. And I have the fourth one, which is radial segments plus 1. So this is the number of radial segments, right? I have 1, 2, 3. I have 3 segments. So this thing is like 3 by 0. So it means it's 3. So it's incorrect. It's not vertex 3. It's actually plus 1. I think it's actually radial segments by V plus 1, and this is plus 2. Yeah. And then I just have to form triangles. So mesh indices, append I0. I'm going to have, so 0, 1, 4, or 3. Sorry, it's the 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. This is the first triangle, and then the second triangle is 1, 1, 5, 4. So it's 1, 3, 2. And that is hopefully it. And yeah, this should be this should be a I32 actually. U32, sorry. Can you actually change the index radial segments? It's an I32. Yeah, I should change it to U32. But let's, yeah, radial segments. Okay. Int cast. Let's just do it here. How do you, this is how you do it. Okay. Okay. Hello there. Hello Farfaday. Nice to see you. So let's see if that makes any sense. Any errors that, there is an error. What is this? This one. What does it say here? Name shadows primitive I0. What? Where is an I0? Primitive. Name shadows primitive I0. Where is an I0 here? Oh! Yeah. This is I0 is a type, of course, in Yeah, let's just call it index 0. Or, yeah, let's just go with v0, actually. Because it's a vertex. Yeah, I totally forgot that these are types. Okay, so after half an hour of rewriting C# code, let's see if any of that works. So, what do I do now? Let's not have a cube. Instead, mesh. Okay, let's do this. I have to include shapes. Import shapes zig. Okay, and the shapes. Yeah, let's, instead of these, I'm gonna say shapes. Does it? Oh, I'm not exporting any of these functions. Pub. Shapes.sphere. I'm gonna provide a mesh. Mesh 2. Radial segments, let's go with 8. Vertical segments, let's go with 8 as well. And radius is going to be 1. Let's see if any of that works. Ah, it already doesn't work. Cool. Yeah, this is a cannot assign to a constant. Anything that you get in is a constant. Okay, yes. That changes everything. Okay, let's for now just make it like let's call this in radial segments for now. In vertical segments. Okay, so if yeah, I'm gonna say var. No, let's go with this. Const radial segments is if in the radial segments is less than 3, then I return 3. Does that work? No. Oh yeah, it can't infer what the type is. So maybe it's because of this. Oh yeah, this is not in radial segment, this is radial segments. So do I need to provide an else or not? Of course I do. Else in radial segments. It doesn't make any sense if I don't. Okay, so I try to do the same thing with vertical segments. Const vertical segments I32 is if in vertical segments is less than 3, then else vertical in vertical segments. Let's see. Unexpected else. Because I didn't give it the 3. But let's actually rename this to red segs. There we go. Vert segs. Much easier to read now. And then we can rename this to radial segments. And this to vertical segments. Okay. What does it say? Vertex plus 1. Expected type usides found I32, of course. Yeah, so maybe I can give it a U32 after all. And and instead I'm gonna int cast the entire thing. Okay, So now Vertex, okay, but now we have other problems. And that is that height cosine vertex, what does it say? What's the problem? Incompatible types, F32 and U32. Okay. Float from int. Float from int. Stop complaining, please. Float from int must have a known results type. Ugh. F32 as F32. Okay. So verbose, you know, that's the problem. As F32. I mean, it's good. It's good at it provides safety, but. And then I also forgot to add another here. Okay. Oh, and now there is a problem. Here. Fixed buffer allocator. Unable to resolve comp time value. Why is it? Argument to function being called at compile time must be compile time known. What? ArrayList U8 init. Ah. Yes. That's true. What am I doing here? But it's not a U8 actually. It's what is it? It's a math vec 3 init with an allocator. There it is. Yeah, I just confused things. Okay, and now there's another problem. What does it say? Sides need to be, yeah, this is like, okay. Yeah, there's no reason why it should be F32, sorry, an I32. Okay. So, what's the next problem? Incompatible types. Theta is as F32 by 2 math pi by sides. That should be okay. Expected type F32 found use size. I mean, okay, it should be a float from int, yes. But will it be able to actually produce a correct float from int must have, yes, results type. It can't, so I have to do this. Can I do like a little comp time function myself? Like 2F32? Just to make it slightly easier. And then I return float from int value, but also as F32, so that I don't have to rewrite it 1,000 times. Okay, that seems to work. What does it say? Incompatible types again. Yes, now I can use 2F32. Okay, there we go. This is fixed now. But there is a problem. The problem is that error is ignored. Okay, so I'm gonna try to not ignore it. What's the next problem? For each of the radial segments, verts items add does not support indexing. Oh, because it's a dot v, and then that supports indexing. Yeah, and then in the end, finally, error is ignored. Yes, perfect. There we go. And then we also have this problem. Okay, let's do a how do you select in VS Code? Alt Shift Alt no. Shift Alt no. Control no. Shift Control no. Alt right click no. Shift no. Control right click. Control Shift. Alt something. Alt Shift. Alt Shift. Alt Shift. Okay. It's just need to try all the combinations. Okay. Oh, what is this? And now I move to a Russian. Okay. Okay. There it is. Try hard. Cool. Okay, no problems anymore. Let's finally. Look, but I can also replace these with 2F32. This is annoying. 2F32. Okay, let's do this one as well. 2F32. Is this a correct one? Yes. No, it's not. Wait. There were two. Okay. There shouldn't be two closed brackets. Or there should be. There should be. And I can also change this one. Okay, remove this one, remove that one, to F32, to F32, to F32. There we go. Okay. Slightly better. Slightly better. Nailed it. Okay, let's see. Let's see what happens now. Tell me yes, of course there are issues. Error is ignored. Sphere. Ah, of course. I need to try make the sphere. Because we're appending all this stuff. Oh my god. Error. Memory address leaked. Amazing. You know what? We forgot to defer to uninitialize these. That's the problem. Defer verts uninit. No, wait. What do you say? Shouldn't that be uninit? No. Did I just forget how to How this? Oh, D init. It's not uninit. D init, of course. Okay. I think that was the problem, because this is the only point I have an array list. I can probably avoid this array list as well. Error. Following execute with commands. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Memory address leaked. Cool. Nice. Oh, fuck. That was a giant... That was a giant lightning just next to me. Yeah. Boom. Boom. Dude, it was loud as hell on stream. Oh, was it? Cool. Okay, yeah, well, it was literally next to, but although all the windows are closed and everything. But yeah. That was shocking. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Damn it. Ensure total capacity. Append slice. It's a problem somewhere here. But I am de-knitting the mesh. Okay, let's just temporarily kill this. Okay, because I'm making a sphere anyway. Let's just like lower the points of problems. Okay. Out of memory. Out of memory. Alloc with size and alignment. Okay. So now I'm out of memory. Cool. What am I doing? Where is this happening? Ensure total new item self add one at radial segments, try circle points, points append. Points append, points append. Okay, so maybe the buffer is not enough. Oh, right, because this is number of bytes. This is not the number of... Yeah, I have forgotten. This is not like 256 vectors. So let's just do... Yeah, like this, but with size of... Oh, there's another thunder, but this one was a bit further. Hey! Look at this! Look at that! Is it the moon? That's no moon. That's a totally broken sphere. Okay, so we have the sphere. Nice. Har, shocking. But our triangles are totally wrong, as we can see. It looks nice though. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Okay, yes, this is what I was thinking, that probably I made a mistake somewhere. But okay. So first, one of the things that we need to do as well is we have to create normals. And what are normals of a sphere? Right? If you have a sphere, what are normals of a sphere? Well, the normals of a sphere are simply pointing outwards, like this. Right? And what is that? Well, it's simply a normalized position, right? You have a position on the sphere. This is the position. Normal is exactly the same as the position. but normalized, so it's a unit sphere. It's a unit vector. So what I can do here is I can simply go through all the vertices. I can say mesh vertices items, and I can say vertex, and then I can say this should be a. I can say vertex, and then dot normal is actually vertex position normalize. Does that work? The ZLS is a bit broken, but hopefully that works. Let's see. Aha, there is some. No, there is no problem. It's not indexable another range. Type. Engine vertex is not a. How is this possible? Oh, because this is already a. Yeah, this is already a slice. Because items is a slice. And then it says member function expected 1 argument found 0. Is it to normalize? Normalize. But what? Normalize? It takes a scalar? That's weird. I've never seen one. I've never seen a normalize function with a scalar. Math normalize. Oh, it doesn't have a vec3 math vec3. Yeah. Vertex. Okay, let's go with position normalize. And then just do 1. Vertex. It's not a vertex, it's a vertex. Is this going to work? Let's see. Okay, there we go. We have normals, but except that normals don't do anything. So yeah. What is going on here with the vertices? It's possible that my logic here is incorrect with +1 +2. Let's go with +0 +1. No, I don't think this is correct either. So, what am I doing? Radial segments. Ticket. Okay, going through the segments. Ah, I know what the problem is. The problem is that I'm not adding 1 here, I think. Let's try that. By number of vertices. Radial segments. Okay, let's try radial segments +1. Still incorrect. Okay, let's first render normals, okay? And then we'll see if... then it's going to be easier to see what's going on. Okay, so in my shader, like my frag shader, we have to transfer normals outside. We have to transfer normals outside somehow. And... how do you do that? I forgot. Is it out? Is it just out? I think it is out. You say, let me just try it blindly, okay? But do you put it here. I think so. Oh yeah, out vec3 norm. Okay. So norm. Oh yeah. Well, I have to call it somehow differently. Out norm. Out norm is. I'm just going to transfer the normal like this. Okay. So in here, I'm going to have an in vec3 norm. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Lambertian lighting. No, actually, let's just output a normal. I'm going to just say plus norm x. Okay, let's do this. Plus norm y plus norm z. Let's see if that works. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Oh, wait, and there's no bugs. Oh, shit. This is bad. Wait, this is bad because that actually kind of looked cool, by the way. The shader is broken, but it looks cool. Yeah. I think it's because I didn't actually use... Am I checking the fragment shader actually? Where is fragment shader? Fragment shader. Log shader error frag shader. Oh, I am actually logging, but nothing happens. Cool, cool. So we have an error that we're not catching. Beautiful, beautiful. This is not what I wanted. I thought this actually works. Okay, so maybe it needs to be called the same. I can't remember that. Let's try this. Ah, there is a problem. What does it say? Fields. Oh yeah, well, it doesn't have fields. So this works. It does actually work. But for some reason... Okay, so maybe it is it's the fragment shader. I don't know. There it is. And look at that. For the first time we have variable colors. Oh my god, look at this. This actually looks beautiful. This looks beautiful. Let me not have this red anymore, this annoying red color. So when I clear the screen, yeah, I'm always clearing to red. Let's not do red. Let's find some nice noise color. Yeah, I don't know, color picker. Give me some color. Give me some cool color. Which one should I choose? In Shakedown, kind of like this is my neutral color. But yeah, I don't know. Let's do some hot pink. Oh, oh, look at this. This circle is actually jumping around. Cool. Okay. There it is. Beautiful. It's meat pink. Okay, the problem is that it's giving me RGB and not floats, which I need. Okay, let's make a little to color. I should have a color struct though, and that would be cool. Okay. To float 0, 1, something like this, and then I'm gonna take in bytes, and then I return. But this actually takes in, does it takes, oh, it does takes, yeah, I'm gonna take bytes and return as, yeah, int to float. Wait, what is it? Float from int, bytes, and then have an as f32. There you go. Is there actually a clear color that takes in a vector? No, there isn't. Okay. To float 0, 1. Okay, so I have to do this like this. And then I take these ones. Two, 1, 2, 25. And 1, 2, 5. Okay. Here we go. Let's try it. This isn't necessary there. The result type is already known. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, and look at that. It doesn't work. Yeah, because I totally forgot to actually... I forgot to divide by 256, right? Should it be 255 or 256? Because the top number is actually 255. But yeah, now it's complaining that it doesn't know it. So I still need I shouldn't have done this. It still should be as... Yeah, so the 255th number should be 1. That's the thing. Okay, there it is. Haha, now that you're dividing, you do need it, yes. There we go. Nice meaty color. So nice. I have no idea what this is. It's a book. It looks like a logo of some like weird bioengineering company. Nice. Okay. So can I figure out what's going on? For some reason all the bottom vertices are all pointing to the 0th vertex. Okay, yes, so this is the problem I have. Yeah. Radial segments. Yeah, the 0 vertex is not a 0. Yeah, the first is, I also need to add. Yeah, right. Well, I'm stupid, definitely. Because this needs to be radial vert segments. Vert segs by V. No, actually, red segs by V plus the radial segment. So this is actually the first vertex. This is the second vertex. And then the third and fourth are actually yeah, I think that it shouldn't be +1. Yeah, it should be plus radial segments. +1, not +0, but it should be like V0, and then this one is V1 plus. Yeah, I could do it like this. I think this is it. Ah, almost. Something is happening again. It's getting better. It's not. Now we have cabbage. I should just rename this to like cabbage. And job done, because it works. We have procedural cabbage. Okay, no. Let me fix the... It does look like cabbage though. Okay. Okay, what am I wrong about now? So, radial segments by vertical segment. Oh no. Loris is rating. Nice. Hello everybody. I'm trying to generate a sphere, but I've accidentally generated a cabbage instead. So as you can see here, it's a cabbage. It's not. It's not a sphere. It's beautiful though. I like it, and the colors are nice. So so yeah, how do I fix my cabbage? What do I do with my cabbage? Let me think again. Let me think again. So the first vertex needs to start from radial segments by the number of... Yeah, so this is going to be 0 in the first row. In the second row, it's going to be this by 1, right? So it's going to be... If you have 10 vertices, it's... I think this actually does need to be +1 because this is not the number of vertices. This is the number of segments. Like this. Maybe. Well, we'll see if this works. It's a really nice cabbage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we have a slightly different cabbage this time. Oh, it has even more layers inside. Okay, let's try adding one here as well. But why is it by 1? Oh no, this should be... yeah, I'm adding, so it's this. It's just one more row. Just one more row. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, there's no more cabbage. But what is this? By the way, this I think the near and far thing is completely broken because this looks like an egg now. But yeah, we have something. We have something that looks like a sphere now. Although the normals are... It looks like it's pointing... no, I know what it is. It's because of the... How do you call it? The Z buffer. The Z buffer is overriding over each other. That's the problem. It's football-y in shape. Yeah. You mean like American football-y, because that's not football for me. It got Americanized. That's the problem. Yeah, nice. Okay. So what do I do with the sphere? Yeah, I first need to figure out how to not render OpenGL. How is it called? It's called the Z buffer, right? Z buffer. There is something about depth testing. Yes. And depth testing. GL enable depth test. Is that all? And then you clear the buffer bit as well. Yes, I think that's about everything you need to do. So where is my engine? Where is my engine? keep rest, clear, yeah, there it is. Clear color buffer bit, but I also need to clear the depth buffer bit. Can you do this in Zig? Do bit operations work? I guess they do. Okay, and then of course I need to depth test is disabled by default, so to enable GL depth test option. Okay, but do you have to do it every frame? I don't think so. I think you need to do it at the beginning of your engine, like here. GL enable GL depth test. Okay, that's it, right? Yeah, that's everything. Cool. Yes, we have bit operations. Perfect. It's American football. Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, developers. Good evening, developers as well. Any women here? No. Not me. Definitely. So don't know. I wonder as well if there is any. Yeah, and you can see that depth testing now works, which is pretty cool. But I can also see the inside of the sphere, which is a little bit weird, because there should be, I was expecting there to be backface culling. Interesting. So maybe this is the inside and not the outside. Maybe I need to flip the order of vertices. Where is it? So instead of doing what I was trying to do here, right, is that my order is this 0 1 4 4 0, right, like this and this, and I think the order should not be counterclockwise, it should be clockwise. So yeah, I'm just gonna flip two of them. Where is it? I'm just gonna flip my shapes. Yes, I'm gonna flip this and this, and that should be it, hopefully. Okay, let's see. Oh, I can still see the inside. Weird. Okay, maybe I need to do explicitly say that I want to cull. Okay, let's see. OpenGL culling back. Backface culling. Aha, GL enable GL cull face. But which one? Maybe this is some. Also, this could be something super old, so I have no idea. You never know with OpenGL if you have found some super old tutorial. Maybe it's enabled by default. So GL enable dot enable GL cull face. Let's try this. You also can change the backface culling winding order. I know, but you know, if I'm already have stuff that I've done with the correct order, then it should be okay. So this is actually the inverted. I made a mistake. So I changed the order, but actually it's the other one. Yeah, I know that you can change the order of winding. Okay, so that should be it. No more cabbage. There it is. Backface culling works. Okay, so why don't we just, since we have normals now, we can do some really cool lighting. Let's see. So I added normals to cube. That took forever, but I did. After how many? 4.5 hours of streaming. And now let's try to render some lighting. Some very simple lighting. So let's do this is C++. Let's do, where's fragment? Yeah, let me actually just submit this. Shapes, okay. What did I change? I changed vertex, normals, frag, and yeah. So, sphere with normals. Let's just call it like that. Okay, and I can actually push it so that everybody can see. So, what is Lambertian lighting? Well, it's just a dot product of normal and light direction. And that's like diffuse lighting, right? If you say diffuse light sphere. There it is. This is what I'm trying to achieve, right? And the way you achieve this is by using a dot product of like light direction and the normal, basically. So you're gonna have N, which is my out norm, and we're gonna have L, which is my lights. I don't know, we can have some 050505, something from a weird direction. But I also want to normalize it. So normalize this. And then we're gonna do a dot of N and L. And that's gonna be my light contribution. And what I can do now is I can simply multiply the frag color with this. Hopefully that works. Yeah, let's have one which is like diffuse. Diffuse. I'm gonna vec3. This is gonna be my diffuse color. 05. Okay, just to preserve. Oh, and by the way, I need to have Fs here, I think, right? Do I need Fs or not in shader code? I'm not sure. Vec3 color is so diffuse by light. And we probably need to saturate this, but GLSL doesn't have saturate, unlike HLSL. So we're gonna have to do clamping. But wait, first let's try to do this. Let's see what happens if I just output the color. So I'm gonna have a color and one, and that's it. Let's see if this compiles first. And let's see if my again. Let's see if my error checking catches any errors. Okay, any errors? No errors, but it's completely dark. Ah, there it is. We have some lighting on the side, but it's very, yeah, everything is so dark. And it's actually on the back. So let's make this, let's turn it into forward. Nice, we can see it in the front now. Cool. Now, oh, the color of the sphere is actually also pink. But yeah, there's something wrong with the perspective matrix, which I can't figure out. So that's why it has this now it's gone. Whoops. And that's why everything looks eggy. Yeah. I can't figure out the perspective matrix. I don't know why it takes a normalized value instead of for the near plane and the far plane. That's actually the issue. Maybe somebody here knows. But that's what SlimSec told me yesterday. That the Mach's perspective matrix uses normalized values. So when I'm defining, where is my perspective? There it is. So when I'm creating a perspective matrix, the near plane and the far plane, by default, it's like -1 plus 0, 1. That's what he told me that I should add. And like, it doesn't, because the one that I use from GLM in my C++ engine, it actually has like values that make sense. It's like 0, 0, 1 and 1000, something like that. Okay, so maybe the problem is actually the far plane. I wonder if this is the problem, but I doubt. Okay, it does seem like it's the problem. Okay, so the far plane actually depends. It depends on the far plane as well. But what if the near plane is 0? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. The weird thing is that changing the near plane actually modifies the field of view as well, which it shouldn't. But yeah, if you're asking about, yeah, I've never heard of a negative near plane. Yeah, me neither. That's what it that's what I mean. It doesn't make any sense. Usually far plane is, so yeah, if you're asking what is perspective matrix, if you're asking what it is, it's basically forming your viewport, right? And there you see here, this red line here is the near plane, and this here is the far plane. So everything below it is clipped and everything above it is clipped. And the thing is that most game engines, they use like distance from camera as a near plane and distance from camera for a far plane. So it makes sense to make it like 0.01, which is like 1 decimeter, right? 10 centimeters. And make it like 1,000 for like 1,000 meters away. But for some reason, this normalized perspective, I don't understand. And how would I convert it into a normal? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Normalized. But let's see, what is the perspective actually doing? Near row vac, okay. Let's compare this to GLM. GLM perspective matrix. GLM perspective. Okay. Matrix transform. Perspective. Okay, where's the source? I need the source. GLM GitHub. What is the file it is part of? GTC matrix transform. Maybe I can just search inside it. Perspective. Oh, perspective. Matrix transform. I think this is the one, right? It only shows this because it's somewhere deep inside. Okay, this is now hard detail. It always takes me forever to find any source in a C++ repository. Classic, yeah. Let's see, detail. Detail, is there any detail matrix? There was what does it say? Detail? GTC matrix transforms. GTC matrix transform. HPP. Of course it has nothing. Matrix transform inline. Well, that one is either. Matrix transform. Matrix projection. Can I somehow go to this ext? Now I have to look for ext. Matrix clip space projection. Oh no, this is even more redirection. How do I, where is it even implemented? Yeah, I'm just gonna look through like this. Decompose. The short moment I saw that code, it looked pretty standard projection matrix. I might be wrong. Didn't see it for a long time. Never actually heard about the normalized one. Interested to know more. But yeah, maybe this has nothing to do with the matrix itself. It's something about the way they use it, maybe. I don't know. -1. I mean, what does it help me? I don't know. What is this? Computer vision. Yeah, I don't know. But what if I just actually use a -1 for... What if I do -1 for the near plane? Because SlimSec told me that the range of the near plane and far plane should be -1 to 1. So maybe it's just this. Maybe this is the normal one. And then, I don't know. But what actually defines where the clipping is? There should be a way to define it. Anyway, it does work. Let's try to increase the number of vertices. Yeah, this is looks like an OpenGL standard projection, but some parts are constants. They're reverse Z projection. That is not the actual near plane in the projection matrix. Yeah. It's not the real. It's not the real. So yeah, near plus far divided by near minus far. You see, I don't know. What the hell is this? The Z coordinate of the near... Yeah. The Z coordinate. But maybe this is in clip space, you know. This is like clip space coordinate. I don't know. I don't understand. It's not like unit distance. That's why I want to see how they're implementing it in GLM, but I can't find the source of it. Oh, there's more. There's actually more. Test perspective. Perspective. Projection. Yeah. Well, no, that doesn't help. It must be, it's probably somewhere in the depths of... I think that is for before the projection is applied and what should become the near plane, I assume. Yeah, but how do you then... I need to then calculate the near plane and far plane correctly then. Maybe just keeping it between -1 and 1 is good. Okay, so where is all this stuff implemented? Because this is just declarations. It must be in detail somewhere. Yeah, but this is not a type. You should just set the near plane to what the game needs. A larger one gives you more precision, but will limit how close you can get to the objects. I see there's an ini file. It was in the search results. But inline file... Oh! They actually do have some stuff. Okay. But it has a decompose. This is the only thing I can find as something that looks like implementation, but it's not a decompose. Matrix decompose. Recompose. If I can find an ortho, then I can find a perspective. Tell me that there is a perspective somewhere here. There it is. And of course, what? Oh, it's okay. So, so I guess GitHub is just dumb and it can't find. It doesn't find the whole world. It only finds whole words, I guess. Okay, so. What the hell is the no, I guess these are like different windings or something. Right hand is probably RH, and left hand, yes. And what is NO? I have no idea. Perspective. Yeah, so one by aspects, and then you have ZFAR. It definitely is. Yeah, it does also have the ZFAR near. Zero, 1, -1. Ah. -1. Yeah, I don't know which one it is actually using. Perspective. Which one am I actually? Oh, perspective FOV. Look at this. I think this is the one that I'm actually using in my engine. Because it is with the FOV and then you get the near and far. Wait, but this is with the width and the height. Yeah, I think I'm actually using this one maybe. Because I am providing it in aspect and not the width and the height. But this one just... Okay, so what's the difference? GLM config clip control and LH bit. But which one is the default now? Maybe it's left hand. So if I go to this one, can I go to this one? Just convert width and height to X. Yeah, I know. Okay, so if I let me check which one I'm actually using in my engine. Camera, there it is. So I'm just using GLM perspective. And what the fuck is it? Hey, wait, I have GLM here. I didn't need to search it on I forgot that it's actually part of my engine. I thought I had to install it as a dependency. Okay, so it's actually using... Well, I don't know if I should trust VS Code to figure out which I'm using. But yeah, you see, it does have an aspect. Perspective, RH, no. Okay, so apparently this one. I wonder if I should mess with this or not. This is rows. Okay. So yeah, it is the same. F. Yeah, it does use this. Okay. 10.5. Yeah, it is using the same calculation for this. And then, yeah, looks the same to me. Near minus far. Okay. Except that this is far minus near. Uh, and not near minus far. Is this a bug? Or is it a feature? I mean, maybe it's using the inverse. That's the thing, because then it might make sense. Yeah, it just negates it later. Yeah, the same. Mm. Yeah, this one negates it. Yeah, I think it's the same. It's the same. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna see what Slimsec tells me about, like, yeah, I have to ask him about what the hell is going with the matrix, with the perspective, because yeah, I don't understand this normal. But yeah, the reason why I was Googling this normalized thing is because I saw one picture yesterday when I was Googling it, and it actually was explaining it had like the normalized values on a scale, which I was like, wait a minute, what is this? But now I can't find it anymore, so I don't know. Normalized, maybe it was like near plane. I can't remember what was. Ah, there it is. Oh, it's something for ray tracing. But this is the only picture that showed. You see, it actually shows that this green space is -1 to 1, which is what he told me. So yeah, so this is the only thing where I saw like, oh wait, this is -1 to 1. Why is it that way? So I guess it like translates into. Yeah, what I guess that then there is some kind of a preset near and far plane, which is in the range of -1 to 1. This is how I'm imagining it happening. Uh, With this, I would say set near to something like... Yeah, that's the problem. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if you put it to 0, 1, and 10,000. Because that's how it works in my engine with GLM. But in here, you need to put it between -1 and 1. So that's why... You know, the far plane right now is 1. You know? And where is it? Where's my camera? There it is. You see that the near plane is -1 and far plane is 1. And it works, kind of. So, it doesn't care about the far plane. I guess at some point it's just going to disappear from view if I go far enough. But if I go close enough, there is like a clip point. So near plane is at some point somewhere, but I can't. And the weirdest thing of all is that if I manipulate the near plane, so I bound the keys X and C, so which I'm pressing right now. So you see that if I move the near plane, it actually changes the field of view, which is not like it shouldn't happen. It's moving the position and the... It's weird, yeah. So the thing is that I'm just gonna keep it at -1 to 1. Yeah. It's -1 NO in the GLM because it's the OpenGL default. Are you sure the projections matrix is actually used? What are the keys changing? The keys are changing the near plane. Okay, that's what they're changing. Here it is. So when I press C, I offset the near plane by a bit. When I press X, I offset, and then I update the projection matrix. And by offsetting the projection matrix, I'm simply feeding it these values. So FOV is stable, aspect ratio is stable. I just calculated from the size of the window, and the far plane stays the same. The near plane also. The thing is that like logically, I would think that only changing the near plane should just change the clip, like where the clip plane is, right? Not the whole matrix. So this is what is weird. Can you show the nice picture with 2 planes? There it is. So what I'm thinking about, yeah, I don't know. Normalized device coordinates. You can see that like these are the device coordinates. So yeah, if it was working, that is definitely not how it should work. FOV should not change. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just gonna end this matrix discussion here. And yeah, but here's the thing. 2 days ago, when I told so SlimSeg was, you know, the author of Mach engine and the math library that I'm using, and he told me that I was looking through the math and I pressed dot perspective and there was nothing, and he told me, oh wait, I'm gonna add the perspective matrix and I'm gonna push it so that you can have it. And so he added the perspective matrix, and then I updated my package. So you see, it's like it's a new thing. So maybe he doesn't, you know, he hasn't checked it yet. Ah, I knocked my microphone again. Sorry about that. That must have been loud. I'm gonna go cook some coffee. I'm gonna leave you with this beautiful picture of normalized device coordinates. And I'm gonna leave you with this beautiful view of a sphere in the background. Whoops. No, I didn't want to do that. There you go. Okay. I see a huge message from Gafgar. Okay, let me read it. Normally, you inverse the camera matrix and then apply the projection matrix to make a view projection matrix. But if you do it in the wrong order, you might get some very strange results. I've never considered that before though, so no idea what it would actually lead to. Normally you might not be able to inverse a projection matrix, but if the simple transfer matrix inverse math is applied to one, I really wonder what you get. Okay, like inverting the projection matrix, I don't know. Maybe I can just dot invert. What is this? What? It's not a function? I'm confused. Wait a minute, what is invert? Nothing. What does it say? There was an error now, a moment ago. No field name invert. There's no like inverse matrix or something. Where are you combining the view matrix and the projection matrix? In the shader. Okay. I'm really bad with kicking the the microphone today. Sorry. Projection matrix. So in the shader, this is where I'm doing it. Perspective by view matrix by position. That's basically what I'm doing in my engine. In my engine as well. So I just took just took it from there. But I mean, if you invert, you would get some gibberish, I'm pretty sure. If I just put V by P. Okay. Well, it's not gibberish. But it's still X and C still change the FOV. It's weird. What if I put the vertex at the beginning? This is... Now we get into funky areas. Nice. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Is view matrix and... I don't have a model matrix yet, but I am going to have it. I think... I mean, this is what I'm doing in my engine as well. Like, if I go into... let's find the shaders. It's a huge thing. Models, no, shaders. Shaders. Okay. Texture. V by M, but where is perspective? Okay, at the end. I do it at the end. That makes sense. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah. And here I also have the MVP, PVM, PV vertex. Yeah, that looks fine. The order there is not really the same as inversing. It's more about column versus row. You mean that is inverted? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I'm just I don't want to get like stuck here, so I'm just gonna continue with other stuff. So yeah, let me grab the coffee, and I'll just be back. By the way, just to cap this the whole thing about matrices, I want to say that, well, the engine is out there. I have added this. Okay, let's say simple Lumbertian lighting. There we go. And I'm gonna push this, right? It's in zig down, not zig down. Where is it? There it is. Not zig down. You can check it out. You can build it yourself. And also the math, the projection matrix is in a Mach engine repository. So if you go into source, math, there it is. So I think it's a matrix perspective. There it is. This is it. So yeah, if you want to check it yourself, you can do it. Okay, so Lambertian lighting working. It looks nice. Well, now, by the way, yeah. Yeah, I have to go sadly, but curious what might be causing that. Good luck with the debugging though. Yeah. Nice. Good luck and farewell. Good luck with your life. Okay, let's go on. I do want to add a little bit of oh yeah, by the way, I just wanted to try what happens if I add more shapes, more vertices into my Let's add a little bit more vertices into the sphere so that I can, I have a little something prettier. Main, where is the sphere? There it is. Let's make it, I don't know, 32. Oh, by the way, I think radii should be more than, there should be more like radial segments than vertical segments. Yeah, this is the more the nicer sphere. Yeah, now it makes sense. You can see that it's much nicer. Okay, well, let's make it like much bigger. Let's see if that works. Let's push it to the limits. Am I going to overflow my buffer? No. Oh, that didn't overflow the buffer. Nice. Look at that. Look at how smooth that is. Oh my god. Okay. Let me see if I can make it a bit lighter. Let's do a completely white one. And I don't think that this F is actually needed. In shader code, but it still looks gray even though it's completely white. It's kind of weird. Okay, yeah, we also need to clamp. Wait, diffuse is 1 by light. What if I just do it by 2? You know, make it lighter. There it is. Look how bright it is now. Cool. Nice. And yeah, the sun is normalized. Looks good. Cute. Okay. So we have already I have procedurally generated shapes, which is nice. Sphere, yeah, we have the normals, we have faces. You know what? We can also do a little trick, which is you can actually make it render as wireframe. And how do you do that? This is something that I found out recently. OpenGL wireframe. Yeah, there it is. Polygon mode. Yeah, polygon mode. It's called GL polygon mode. And you say, which one do you want? Front and back. Okay. Front and back, I guess. And then you do a line. So if you pass a line, it will actually draw it as a wireframe. So let's see. I want to make a 3D plane building game with real life physics. Would C# or Python be easier or better? I would go with C# personally, because Python, well, if you're new to game development, then just use Unity. But yeah, I think Python, I don't like working with Python on big projects. That's the problem. Because once your engine becomes big, it becomes like those like simple stupid mistakes that you make in Python will, like, I don't know, I just can't work on huge projects in Python. Because it just doesn't have enough like introspection, abstraction into what you're doing, and it's not really helping you do that. Yeah, and C# has very strong type safety, which really helps with when you're working on really big projects, and you know, it has really much more powerful abstractions than Python has, and it performs much better for a game. But I would say use Zig. No. But yeah, I've also been thinking about like, would Zig be a good beginner language, like something that you would, if you're first time coding, and would I recommend Zig? I don't know. I would actually recommend either Python or maybe C, just because in C you can see, so that then when you move to Zig, you're like, oh, now I see all the problems that that C has. But yeah, Rust, right? No, I don't. I wouldn't recommend Rust as a first language. Easier to learn than Python. I wouldn't agree. I think that once you get into weird borrow checker problems, you're like your head is gonna hurt. Clone everything holds your hand. It really depends on if you want to learn about programming and CS in general, or if you just need the language to accomplish some task. Yeah, I guess so. I think. Yeah, I mean, C is really great for learning kind of the history of programming, like learning about how compilers work, because it's kind of the first thing that you're encountered is to understand how compilation works and everything. And yeah, from that perspective, C is important. And then you move on to modern languages, and then you're like, oh, I see the problems that they had in the history now are much better. Like compilers can be a lot better. Computers can do more stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I think that the concepts of Rust are would be too hard for beginners. And that's just yeah, that's just how I see it. I mean, even I can't. I'm not. I don't feel very at home with Rust. It feels like it's a very like annoying compiler. It's always hitting you in the face, slapping you like, no, you can't do that. You can't. It's just not fun. It's just not fun to work with especially when you're starting out. I think that's you need to recommend something that is like gonna be fun to work with. Rust isn't beginner friendly. There you go. There, somebody who agrees. Yeah, I think that Rust solves like a lot of problems that that's the thing with Zig and Rust. They're almost like kind of like second generation languages, or maybe third generation languages. I don't know. Depends how you put them. But it's like they specifically solve problems that the first generation languages have. And so if you don't understand what problems they solve, you don't feel like what are they doing for me? That's what I feel. Solve, they restrict you. Well, yes, but solve in the sense of like we realize that through usage of these languages, people have made mistakes, and we're trying to like restrict people from making the foot gun mistakes. That's what I mean. I started with Go and hated it, switched to Rust and never went back. That sounds good. I never actually tried. Go is one of the languages I never tried. Because of like I know that it has a garbage collector, so I'm like, okay, I don't know. I'm already using C#, so that's already garbage collected, and you know, if I want to use something where I don't want to think about memory, I'm gonna use C# rather than Go. Anyway, enough of looking at the wireframe sphere. It looks nice. It looks nice. And in the end, I didn't take any screenshots of a nice wireframe sphere. Oh, and it's not actually showing the back sides, which is interesting. Okay, but anyway. I could actually switch polygon mode with a key or something. Let's do that. Var wireframe false. And then I'm gonna do if engine key pressed dot, what do I say? dot W for wireframe. No, dot Q. Wireframe equals not wireframe. And then I'm gonna change the wireframe mode. If wireframe, what? Else fill. There we go. Okay. Oh, it doesn't work else. Else doesn't work if you don't have blocks. Okay. Let's try that out. It's like scrubbing toilets. What is like scrubbing toilets? Okay, Q. Oh, Q is being while it's pressed, not on like being pressed. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's flashing. Nice. Cool. Okay, well, I will need something like this. Okay, let's add a little input abstraction. I actually want to add this into input maybe. Should I add an input struct? But I need to fetch the window. Okay, let's do it like this. Or maybe I should just put it here. It doesn't really matter. Oh, I'm doing the C style. Const input is struct. Okay. And well, here's the thing. I don't actually need a type if... Yeah, this is kind of funny. I could just have an input like this. I don't need an instance. If this is just going to be like a namespace. Right? So I can... This is actually pretty cool. I never thought about this. And the window is available here, right? But, oh yeah, it's not, because it's in the input. Can I fetch... Is it possible to get the parent somehow? So self is the engine and not... yeah, but then I need to provide an engine, right? Yeah. Oh! Oh no, my phone died. Whoops. I wasn't tracking my battery status. I have the chat in the OBS though. Can you assign this outside that inner? Should it have shown the backsides with GL lines before? Yeah, this is what I'm, what I thought it would do. Because it's like front and back. Which face? But then fill should only draw front, no? That would make sense. Okay. Can we assign this outside of the inner? Well, I already have the self. Ah, Well, here's the thing. That actually might have worked. Oh no, but the problem is that I can't do. Yeah, I can't do then engine inputs without providing it with an engine, right? Yeah, so I would need to have a pointer here. That is a bit annoying. So unless there is a way to get the parent, self should just be automatic in the current scope. Is there a way to get the parent pointer somehow? Zig parent pointer. I have a feeling like that exists. Field parent pointer. No, that's only for fields, not for field parent pointer. Okay. Yeah, wait. Fields. Yeah. Parent. Yeah, there's only a field parent pointer. Field name. Okay, so the only way is to do it like this. And then undefined. And then have... okay, so it needs to be like a class. And this, of course, doesn't work. I would need to have an input. And then in the init, I'm going to provide it self input engine is self. I could do it like that. Oh, and this should be that. And then I can do engine.window. Okay, so now it's input here. Something like this. Okay, and I don't need a self then. Oh yeah, I do need a self because I need to grab a self engine. And it should be mutable, yeah. And there's a double dot here. And anything else? Oh, enter the following command. Oh my god, what is this? No field, key pressed. Key pressed, yeah, because I didn't pub it probably. Did I? And this should be a pub const. Yeah, I think so. Nope. That was not the problem. No field or member function name key pressed in engine input. How? But why here? No field or member function named in. What do you mean? What am I missing? Self is engine. True. No. Self is self. Ah, self is, yeah, that's true. Okay. Self should be input. That's true. There it is. Okay, and everything works. Okay, nice. Okay, but I also want to have an key down and key up. Okay, I'm gonna start my phone so that self is engine. Self is engine, self is where, yeah, I can't see the messages. So, haven't realized that myself. Okay. Yeah, I do want to have an on, like, key down. And then provide a key as well. And that is going to do something. So how am I actually doing it in my engine? I have to remember. Input. Okay. Events. Yeah, I am actually storing them in a list, in a vector. And yeah, I have input callbacks. Right. Character callback. Yeah, key callback. That's the one. Okay, so basically what I need to do is I need to init. Okay, let's do this. Self input. No. glfw. Do I have callbacks? Set error callback. Okay, so where are the input callbacks? What's the name of it? Okay, let's look for a key callback. How do I actually initialize it? I think it might be in the engine. No, not here. Callback. No. Okay, maybe it's init all. Now it's looking for the... Okay, there it is. Init input callbacks. There it is. So, glfw set key callback. So is this actually missing from this set error callback? Okay, there are no set key callbacks here. Why is that? This is why self sucks. Yeah. Is there some kind of a key callback? Maybe it's somewhere inside. Action callback? No. Don't care. glfw don't care. Nice. Gamepad, image, key, mods, monitor. Where could it be? Ah, maybe it's in the window. This is always weird because it's like there's a lot of things. Callback. Oh, there it is. Set key callback. Yeah, it's in the window. Set key callback. Okay, so what is the signature? The signature is questionable function. Window key scan codes action mods. Okay. Set key callback. Okay, let's see. Should I add it in the input? Okay. Pubfn key callback. So what do we need? It's returning a what? It's returning a void. Okay, it has a void. Window, it accepts a glfw window. And then it has a key, glfw key. And action, if I remember correctly, glfw action. And yeah, scan code and mods. glfw mods scan code scan code is what? Scan code is I32. Okay, hopefully this will be it. Comp time. Okay. Oh, you know, I could have just copied this. Right? I could have just copied this here. Nice. Thanks. But I think I got everything. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna set it to input self input key callback. What are you doing? Is this going to work? Let's see. Phone restarted. Add glfw. No, it was. Oh yeah, that glfw was over there. Okay, let me start Twitch. I've turned on my phone again. Okay, what does it say? Unable to evaluate comp time expression. I don't understand why is the callback comp time. How does this work then, if it's a comp time? Does that mean it can't be in a input? Okay, I'm back in the chat on the phone. It's not a function pointer, which is surprising. Yeah, that's I thought it would be. So how do we actually use it if it's a comp time? Oh, you know what? I think maybe because it wants like a static function and not a member. Is this it? No. Do I get a pointer to it? No. Yes. Is that it? No. Expected type. Found const fn. Yeah, it is looking for an optional function and not a const. But the signature is correct. Yes, so that's not the problem. The problem is that it's not a pointer, it's something else. It's a comp time thing. It's a comp time optional function. Okay, does this work? Ah, you wrote the same thing. Yes. I figured it out myself. Yeah. Is this it? Is this it? Okay, I'm back in the chat on the phone, by the way. I don't have to check them. Yeah, this is it. Nice. Okay, so what I actually want to do now. Well, here's the problem. How do I actually reference the self now? If this is the key callback. How am I actually doing this in my C++ code? Key callback. I think I'm actually like referencing. Yeah, I'm referencing a singleton of the engine. which is amazing. Do I need to also make a singleton in... Can you actually make a singleton in Zig? Wait, there's no static. I mean, I could just have an instance of an engine somewhere outside, right? Like this. And that would totally work. Like instance. Because it can't use a self. That would be the only way to use it. This is pointer like this. Var, yes. So, yeah, it is a little bit dirty. I feel dirty about it. But what can I do? This is what the GLFW is forcing me to do. So I also need to, okay, let's, before I, at the very moment of initialization, I'm gonna make the instance equal self. Yeah, so just so that I don't, so this is like a singleton instance. Are users going to instance multiple engines? I don't know, maybe. That's the problem with singletons, of course, because if you want to instance multiple engines. Yeah, what about testing as well? Yeah, it's complicated. With he's suddenly back. Okay. Anyway, what did I want to say? Yeah, let's try to use the instance from here. Yeah, I definitely can, and I take inputs. Okay, so let's make a little vector of inputs, right? This is not what I was planning to do today, by the way. But since we're here, I want to do very similar thing as I did here with events, a vector of events. So this is going to be, here's the thing, I don't actually need to assign the engine now if I have an instance, but I'm gonna keep it just in case. Okay, I'm gonna make a like current events or something, events, key events, let's call it. It's gonna be a glfw event. It's not, there's no event. What is an event? Okay, it's just my own struct. So maybe I need to make it myself as well. Event is struct of like, oh, it's all, yeah, but I think it should be a key, glfw key, scan code is i32, action is action, and mods is mods. Okay, and then I'm gonna have a array list of events. Okay, that's gonna be undefined at the beginning because I'm gonna provide it with the buffer. Oh, this is what's the problem here? Maybe this needs to be somewhere outside, no? Yeah, you need to put the parameters at the top. I guess that's the rule in Zig. You can't interleave them. Okay, so when I provide these key events, I'm going to, for each of the key callbacks, I'm gonna key events. Oh yeah, right. I need instance input events append, and there's gonna be a new one, which is gonna be key. Wait, let's do a event dot key. Oh, why doesn't it show? What's inside? Scan code is scan code. Action is action. And oh, window. I don't need the window. Mods is mods. And that should be it. And window is not used. Yeah, that's true. Consider trying using try. Yeah, try append. Well, okay, how do can I just not care about, because this needs to be a void. How do I avoid having to like, yeah, it should be able to do catch unreachable. Is this possible? I guess it should be possible. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it makes sense. So you just catch unreachable and it's gonna break and not propagate the error. Cool. Catch after the func. Oh, I should just catch void. Can I do this? What's the difference between catch unreachable and catch void? Bounded array supports append as well. What is a bounded array? Oh, is bounded array like a fixed buffer that I don't need to allocate with an allocator? Don't tell me that's it. Bounded array. Catch just does nothing. Oh, okay. That's actually fine. Yeah, buffer capacity. Oh my god. It actually has a bounded. You know, I was thinking about maybe I should make one, because having to like create a fixed. Okay, so when I was making the shapes thing, and I was creating the array list for points, I didn't really have to do that, right? Because I was like, okay, just use 256. I could have just used the bounded array. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, anyway. Bounded array. So the type of event. Yeah, I should do this. Bounded array. Event, and the numbers is, I don't know, 16. There's probably not going to be 16 events at the same time, right? Okay, key events. Yeah, so let's, yeah, it has append as well. It does. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, and I can also clear it, right? Hopefully. Let's do clear events, and I'm gonna do self. Self is not self. Self is input. Self key events clear. It doesn't have clear. How do you clear a? Why doesn't it have clear? Swap remove. It has everything except clear. Replace range. Ordered remove. It has a remove. It doesn't have clear. What's the reasoning behind that? Because I want, after every frame, I want to actually clear the list of actions. It has a list interface. Oh, so it has a list. Is buffer what is a buffer? Is buffer T align? Nice. Thank you, VS Code. This is beautiful. T align. Is buffer the list? No, the buffer is just the buffer. Slice. What is a set? You just set an item. Pop or null. Replace range. Resize. Can I just resize to 0? I mean, maybe that's clear. Oh, and of course I need void. Oh, and it also has an error. Because it's not adjust the slice length to len. Okay, do I just put a slice? Can I just get the slice? Oh, wait, can I just put a buffer len to 0 and call it done? This should be, is this possible? Maybe it is. So basically it's the slice length defines how big the buffer is, isn't it? Maybe, who knows? Actually, I have no idea. But if that is the case, then it's super cool. If that works like that, right? Oh, because it also has a len. Oh shit, what is len? Is len the length of the internal length? Yeah, this is now a problem because it has 2 lengths. Which one should I edit? I don't know. Let's go into the bounded array. A structure with an array in length that can be used as a slice. Useful to pass around small arrays whose exact size is only known at runtime, but whose maximum size is known at compile. Without requiring an allocator. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, that's beautiful. Actual size 32. Try bounded array init. Oh, you need to try as well. Oh, you need to init it. You need to init it? Why? Okay, I guess I need to init it. But why does it say actual size? I am actually I'm confused. What's an actual size? Isn't that what is provided in the when you initialize already? Buffer capacity. Abstraction. I'm confused. Slice. A slice clone creates a copy. Okay. Len is 0. So I'm guessing that maybe you need to get both the buffer and no, the slice actually returns. Yeah, I don't think you should touch the buffer. I think the length is actually what defines. Yeah, okay. Let's go with that. Okay, so this is the key callback is going to push keys into my key events, and now what I need to do is do I still need to init key events? That's something that I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I do need to init it, of course. So it's gonna be input key. Oh no, glfw. Oh yeah, input event capacity is the same as I already have, 16. What? Okay, I don't understand what's the difference between actual size and what I'm lost. Okay, maybe I just need to do this init. No. Oh, it needs to try. That's the problem. Set the actual length of the slice. Returns error overflow if it exceeds the length of the backing array. So you force setting the length of the slice. I guess that's the point. So I guess I should just init to 0. So it's like initializing the even if nothing is inside it. It is weird. It is weird because length is already 0 at the beginning. But the buffer needs to be initialized. That makes sense. Okay. Anyway, that got me too. Okay. Still far more understandable than C++ STL. At least this I understand what is going on. When looking at the STD. Let's try building. It builds fine. Cool. Okay. So for each key callback, let's, you know what? Let me just output a little bit. Log info, key, pressed, like, I don't know, something like this. I'm gonna output the key. Is it going to output as enum? I wonder. I never tried. Scan code action. Okay, let's see what happens if I do this. Pressed action. There it is. Oh wow, it actually prints actions, enums. Cool, there it is. So press, repeat, press, nice. So we have, what if we press 16 at the same time? Cool, okay. So all these are being hopefully appended into my, okay, let me also output alloced keys. So let's do an instance input key events. How do I get length of? Yeah, I guess that's just length. So let's see. Keys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is bad because it's growing, and there it is. It's 16. It just hits the. At least it's not appending, so I'm catching nothing. Nothing happens. That's good. But the problem is that I'm not clearing events, which the engine should do. So when I am before I pull events, I should say self input clear events. But this actually changes the input. Yeah, can't assign to a constant. Whoops. So I do actually need to pass I need to have to make it mutable actually. After all. Key events. This is actually the problem. Can't assign to a constant. So it's not this. Okay, let's try to init to 0. So maybe that will change the size. That's gonna like effectively clear it. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, I need to. This is the problem. Not the len, but the this. The fact that I need to modify key events. Okay. Okay, there it is. It is now. So if they're at the same time, they're gonna. There it is. Can I do 16 keys? No. The maximum is 6. I did. So they were all in the same frame. Nice, and they're all cleared. Cool. So what can I do now? Well, basically, I say key pressed, right? I can say is key down. I can simply loop through my key, my self key events. Buffer, right? That's the buffer, or slice. Self any type. Wait a minute. Why is it an any type? Can they get a slice? Is buffer going to actually loop through the whole thing? Probably. Wait, when I'm looping through a list, I'm actually looping through item. Wait, what is this? Is this an array or a slice? A buffer is an array. So I need to, yeah, but view the internal array as a slice whose size was previously set. but it doesn't use len. Const slice. Okay, I can use the const slice actually. Const slice. Okay, there we go. Event. So I can say event key is key, right? That's basically if. So return if event key is key and event action is glfw action press. There we go. And if nothing, return false. That's basically it. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's use get key for wireframe. If wireframe, yeah, instead of key press, I'm gonna say key down and then press the Q. Okay, so double Q, there it is. It works. Nice. So it only happens when I press now the key. Perfect. Nice. So I have a much nicer way to, you know, use input instead of, this is like a Unity-like input where you ask for it every frame. Cool. I like that. I like that. And well, since we're there, we can also do key up. So it's going to be the same thing, basically. I could do like a key action or something. And then have a like okay, yeah, let's turn this into key action. And this becomes key, and action is gonna be glf action. And then we have, and action is action. Okay. Return false. Okay. And then we can do, what's wrong? Binary operation has white space on one side. Oh, this is, I think, ZLS problem. And then instead of this, we can do key down and then reference this one, key action, key, and action press. And self is not used. Oh, because it needs to self. There it is. Okay, can you actually write, what's the problem here? Value of type bool is ignored. Oh yeah, of course, return. Can I put it in one line? No, that doesn't look nice. Okay, so the same thing I'm gonna do with key up. Key up. Up. No, it's not up, it's release. And well, I guess we also have key repeat, but I never use that. I never use that one, but let's just use it for the future. Okay, so there it is. Nice. Okay, and then Q totally works. Very, very nice. We can see this Death Star going around in a circle. Nice. Okay. So, what's the next thing? Well, yes, I did this even though I wasn't planning. Let's just add it as a I've done it even though I wasn't planning. Input adds instantaneous callbacks. Down, up, key callbacks. Okay, and then I can also easily add mouse and stuff, but for now it's gonna, because I also have mouse events here. But I'm gonna leave that for later. Yeah, let me submit this. Input instantaneous input callbacks. Callback. Up, down, repeat. Oh no, let's just say add key down, key up. Added key down, key up. And decoupled input. Something like that. Cool. Okay, next thing. And yeah, decouple input from engine. Done. Oops, done. Cool. Okay, let's move on to object and scene abstraction. So, object and scenes. How much? Oh, 6.5 hours of streaming. Nice, not bad. Not bad, not bad. So I want to talk a little bit about how do objects work in my engine, in my C++ engine. Well, here is my C++ engine, and you have a game object, which is simply a game object has transform, it has bounds, which is how big it is for the rendering to draw it. It has a mesh pointer, points to a mesh. It has points into a material. Material is simply a properties combined with shader, and whether it should render or not, basically. And then I have some debugging, like the name of the object. And then a scene, it contains all the game objects. The scene, there it is. And what the scene does is that it simply has a vector of game objects. And then it also has a transparent draw queue, because transparent stuff needs to be drawn on the end. And then I have a little function called draw. And draw actually goes through the whole thing. It makes sure that the cameras update, the uniforms update. It goes through all the objects, and then checks if things needs to be rendered. Yeah, updates the model matrix. Checks if bounds are visible, and then it takes the mesh pointer, binds it, material, binds the material, and then you draw it with indices, and that's it. So that's basically the core of my renderer, is this, right? It goes through all the objects, materials, and issues draw calls. That's pretty much it. And then at the end, I actually also render transparent objects. I also have to sort them by distance from the camera. And I also clear the queue, the transparent queue every frame, and I fill it up again if the material has a blending mode which is not none, so it's not opaque. That's basically it. This is my whole rendering pipeline is this, right? But then there is a lot of things that, I basically check if the box is visible through frustum checking. And that's pretty much it. So that's what I want to kind of recreate. So to recap, let me draw a little painting in Excalidraw. Where is, okay, I don't need GLM anymore. We have finished with this story. Weird normalized frustum. That, my god, so many things. Okay. So how does my engine, how is it composed? I have a scene, and the scene contains all objects. Should make it okay. And then can I make it a little bigger? Okay, cool. I have a game object. I call it the game object, and the game object contains points to a mesh, points to a material. Material points to the shader and to the properties of the material. Properties like, which texture to draw, which I don't know, uniforms or whatever. So it's just a collection of uniforms. Let's draw it like this. Whoop. So it's kind of like bottom up. And then you have, how do you do this? A or S? What? S? No, it doesn't work. A or S? Oh, okay. Say error. Like this. Cool. Not bad. This should be black. So it's kind of like this. And then scene is a collection of game objects. You could say that. Okay, so that's basically how my engine works and how I intend to use this. Oh yeah, and of course a game object not only has that, but it has two more things, and that is that it contains a transform which defines its position, rotation, and scale. And it contains the bounds. It's like this. Okay. That's sort of the gist of the engine. So let's start by, I guess, so what I already have now, let me draw what I already have. Right now I already have a mesh. That's done. And then I have a shader. So those are the two only things that exist right now. Nothing else exists. And I would need to, I don't even have a transform, which is the model matrix, right? So for the beginning, I'm going to start making a mesh, a game object, which is going to have a pointer to the mesh and a pointer to the shader for now, because we don't have any additional properties, per object properties. Okay, so in the engine, I'm gonna create a new thing. Let's put it above the mesh, below the camera. What is this? Oh, this is a vertex. Let's put it over here. Okay, pub const. I should probably move them to different files as well. Game object is going to be a struct. I don't know if I should call it a game object, because maybe I should call it just an object. Or a model. Sometimes it's called a model. Yeah, let's go with an object. And in it, I'm gonna have a mesh, which is going to be a pointer to the mesh. And it's actually going to be an optional one. By default, null. And there's gonna be a shader, which is like the optional pointer to the shader. And for the transform, we're gonna see later. Well, actually, here's the thing. Let's have a transform as well. Immediately. Struct. And that's gonna be mat 4x4. Whoops. I'm gonna call the M. I guess I should just call it M or something. Model. Or, yeah, this should actually be local to world. Because that's actually how Unity calls it, and how I actually call it in my engine. So it's a local to world matrix. Oh, and this should also have a comma at the end. Cool. Okay. So finally, there's going to be a scene, which is going to be a collection of objects. But for now, I'm just going to individually have objects in here. And yeah, maybe I should have a scene already, because or I should have like a render. Should I have a render is in the object? Maybe. Okay, let's add a pubfn render. And yeah, I'm gonna have a self object. I'm not gonna use a self anymore. Okay, like a capital self. And that is going to basically say shader bind, right? It's gonna bind the shader. Wait, self shader bind. Well, I'm gonna unpack it. But maybe I can just say if. Maybe I can do it like this. If mesh. How do you say mesh in, like, what's the convention for doing this? Like mesh instance, unpacked mesh. I don't know. Mesh I. Or mesh pointer, because it's a pointer. Let's do that. Okay, mesh pointer. And then if shader, do I just nest this? Can I do multiple ifs actually? Does that work? I doubt that works. No, that's not valid syntax. But it would be actually cool to check multiple at the same time. So I guess I have to do it like this. Shader. Okay, and then I'm gonna say shader I bind and mesh I. Can I do this? No. Oh, this needs to be self, of course. I keep forgetting self. Okay, what is bind? How does bind work? Use program. That's it. Use program, and then mesh bind is setting everything. Yeah, but I should probably also like assign uniforms and everything. Okay, object. Yeah, there it is. What does it say? Mesh I. Oh, mesh per true bind. There it is. Okay, let's go with shader true as well. Maybe I can do it like this. Shader true. There it is. What does it say? What's the problem? Use of undeclared identifier. That's incorrect. Okay. Just stood bounded array. You mean for the scene? Oh no, that's a long time ago. Sorry. You can in a switch arm. Well, not exactly. What do you mean by? You mean by like having multiple captures? Okay. So let's try. Yeah, but actually this won't work, I think. I'm wondering if this is gonna work. Okay. And yeah, let's have a transform as well. Transform. Yeah, it's definitely going to have a transform. It's not gonna be null. But we're going to initialize to a default one, and this is going to be by default a mat 4x4 dot ident. And I wonder if I can actually just say dot ident. Is this going to work? Can it infer the type of what I'm calling? Let's see. There it is, it works. Okay, so you can just do that. Nice. You can check for multiple possible values in one switch prong. You can't switch on a tuple. I don't know what we mean. Multiple possible values in one switch. Oh, right. Yeah. You're right. I know what you mean. Yeah, like you can do when you have a switch case, you can the prong is such a weird word, by the way. I never heard it used in before. Like self mesh and then self shader and then do this. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I've seen that you can do multiple. You can switch into, but okay, this is. Can you? But yeah, can you do captures in a switch? Switch zig. Well, why am I doing this? I have my reference here. Switch. There it is. Switch. Okay. Switch something. Yeah, can you switch in multiple things? That's my question. Inline switch. Switching on a union and okay, so you can switch it on a union. There it is. No, this is a tag. That's what I meant by tuple. Oh, you mean like providing a tuple? You switch on like this. Self shader, self mesh. You think this would work? And then what? The A-B thing is for separate cases. Yeah, that's not allowed. is meant for separate. Yeah. It's meant for separate cases. You're correct. Yeah, a comma b. Yeah, not on one value. Yeah. It would be nice to capture two at the same time, but I mean this is not that bad either. I mean I could always just like if this and then yeah. In Rust you can go wild here. But it would actually be nice to have like a end self, something like this, self shader, and then have multiple captures here. Yeah, but that wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. Would it make sense? Like, would it make sense to have an end? Because like, what if you have an or? Then you can't or because one of these could be bad. So yeah, well, it would be nice to have this. That's the point. You could have that. Since we have now multi-object for loops, it would be nice to have multi-object ifs as well. In the match arm, you can even underscore. You mean in Rust? Yeah, but isn't else the same thing in Zig? Like in Zig, if you switch on something, then you can like, you have something, you do that, and then you do an else. So it's the same thing, I think. In Rust, you have underscore for like everything else. Anyway, let's go back to this. So the transform is an identity matrix for now, and we are going to have some nice functions here, like for getting, transforming in local space, world space, and stuff. So that's why I have this as a separate transform, as a separate struct, I mean, and even if it's just containing the matrix. Okay, so let's try rendering this as an object. So yeah, let me get object engine object. There we go. And we can have let's, instead of when we have created the mesh in the shader, now I'm gonna create a new object. Let's call it sphere go, because it's a game object, a legacy name, and I'm gonna make it as a new object which contains the mesh of mesh2, and the shader is shader. That's pretty much it. And then I can also put it, okay, sphere go. So now what I can do is I can take the sphere go and simply render it. Okay. So I don't have this. Instead, I'm simply putting this as a rendering, as a renderer. But yeah, I need to set some uniforms here. That's the problem. How do I do this? I need to pass it into my object. But yeah, I'm actually passing it to the shader, so I don't need to do that. The only thing I need to do is simply to render the whole thing. But yeah, this is the thing. I need to bind the shader and then set all the uniforms and then render and then issue a draw call. So yeah, it doesn't actually make sense to do double shader binding. But actually this is like, if I just do this, it should work. It should still work. Let's see. We have a bug. We have a bug. Type of enum literal ident. Expected type. Found type of enum literal. Okay, so this doesn't work. I thought it works. So enum literals. So this is for an enum literal. Okay, so I need to have the whole name. Math for 4x4 ident. I could create a const ident like this, and then I don't have to do all the idents. Like this. There we go. Ta-da! It still works. I can still render a wireframe. I still have key allocations. Maybe a nicer way to check both are not null in that const pointer is optional pointer or else. Or else return. Oh, that's actually not bad. I like that. I like that. You are correct. Yeah, that sounds good. So yeah, if you... Yeah, I didn't think about or else returning. But yeah, if you do like a mesh pointer and is self mesh or else return. That works. Yeah. And then I can do shader self shader or else return. No. Or esle. I wrote or esle twice. Nice. Okay, and then I don't have to have this. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Not bad. Okay. So, let's try to bind it again. Thanks for that. Thanks for that suggestion. Nice. Everything still works. Okay. So, we have the object abstraction. The initial one. I don't have to say initial because that's object and transform. Okay. And yeah, let's actually try to render multiples. But no, first I need to have a model matrix. And yeah, I need to push the set uniform. I'm gonna set uniform by name. And I'm gonna set M. That's gonna be my model matrix. So I'm gonna just push a transform self transform local to world. Okay. And this I need to add to the the vertex shader as well. So PV, I'm gonna have another one which is M, and finally we're gonna have PVM. And then I'm going to be able to also not need to have this offset, because I can modify the M directly. Okay, what does it say? Error is ignored. Consider trying. Oh, I need to try. Okay. Yeah, let's propagate the error. What can I do? Try render. Okay. Probably something that I don't want to do. I don't know. Is error checking expensive? Not that much. But yeah, if this is going to happen hundreds of thousands per frame, maybe yes. Okay. Let's see if everything still works. Everything still works. Perfect. Okay, let's try to move the transform. So instead of using this motion thing and passing it as motion, I'm going to create a new transform. No, that's going to be a new matrix. Model matrix is going to be a math 44. Ah, what am I doing? Math 44. I suck at typing. Ident, and then I'm gonna. Can I actually move it? Translate. Yes, translate by vector 3. And I'm gonna translate it by motion. And that's also going to be a var. And then I'm going to set this matrix to sphere go. And what's the problem here? Why can't I do it? No field or member. Translate. Why not? How is this possible? I thought it would do. Translate. How am I actually translating? How am I moving my view matrix? View matrix. Ident mul. I am doing the same thing. Maybe because I need to give a pointer? No, I don't. Translate coordinate by the given vector. Okay, let's try to build it. So, transform. Oh, by the way, yeah, maybe it's confused about the type or something. I don't know. And yeah, I'm gonna set the local to world to model matrix. Okay. No field or okay, so the problem is now no field or member function named translate. Why was it giving me as a suggestion then? Translation, maybe it's no, it's not translation. Translate, move, no, it's not move. It's weird. How come it doesn't have it? Constructs a matrix which translates coordinates. Okay, so instead of this, I'm gonna mul with math for math 4x4 translate. Okay, so I guess like this. Can you do this? What's the problem now? Expected type. Math for a found. It's not a const. It is a pointer. Okay, let's do a pointer. Okay, there we go. So let's see if this is gonna be basically the same thing, even though I'm not passing anything to a motion. There it is. So I'm definitely not passing the matrix, right? Cool, nice. Okay, let's make another sphere. Same mesh. Just to see that these are two different matrices. So sphere go 2, I'm gonna try sphere go 2 render, and sphere go 2 transform local to world is gonna be model matrix mul, and let's translate it a bit more. Let's translate by can I do this? Let's translate by, I don't know, 5 meters and 2 meters up. Is this going to be, is this going to work? Double tuple? Double tuple? Sounds good. No, it doesn't work. Too many. Okay, does this work? No. No. Does not support initialization. Okay. Okay, I have to do the math back 3. Okay. There we go. Hey, look at that. I have 2 spheres. Beautiful. And they're all like moving in the same, they're just offset by 5 by 2. Wonderful. Cute. Okay. Now, the next step, of course, is to just render 10,000 of them. Okay. 2 spheres. Nice. Let's see what's for to do. Model matrices done. Games and objects abstraction. Okay. Game objects abstraction done. Scene about to do. Scene abstraction. Okay. So game object, let's do a scene. And I'm gonna make a const scene struct. And the scene is gonna contain objects that are gonna be of type. Because I just found out about bounded array, let's just do bounded arrays. And I'm gonna do a bounded array of type of object and capacity 1024, why not? And by default, maybe I'm not gonna initialize it by default. Okay, and then this scene is gonna have a little like render method, and we're gonna have self scene, and that is also going to be like this. Okay, so the entire scene can render, and what that's gonna do is it's simply going to go through all the objects slice from slice. That's a const slice. Oh, const slice. From slice or const slice? I guess const slice. Okay. Const slice object, and then I'm gonna render each object. But why doesn't it give me completion object? And I'm gonna render. I'm just gonna render the object here. Slice when you need mutable, const slice otherwise. Slice. Oh, it does have a slice. How did I not see it? Oh yeah, this is what this is what confuses me. Like, what the hell is an any type? What is this? Why do I need to provide it a self? This is what I'm really confused about. View the inner array as a slice whose size was previously set. I don't understand the... Oh, is this this is just a self, so I shouldn't actually even... But why is it any type in this case? And a const slice... Okay, maybe it's a ZLS problem. Because if I do a slice, it will give me like, oh, you should type in the self. But if I just do const slice, it's like it doesn't give me to type in the slice. Self is already provided. Okay, then it's I guess it's a ZLS thing, where in this case it doesn't tell me to put in the slice, but in this case it does. Okay. So yeah, I don't actually need a mutable because this is all immutable and this is also immutable render. So yeah, perfect. Okay, so for each I render. Okay, so let's make a scene. Let's make a scene. It sounds like I'm gonna make a scene. It's gonna be so dramatic. I think an engine should provide, should have a scene itself. And I think it should be optional, because you might not want to do it. And then I'm gonna create a scene through a function. So let's do a create scene somewhere. Init. Should my init function, dinit functions be next to init, or should it be at the bottom? I'm thinking about that. Maybe I should put them at the bottom. Okay, so let's do here. I'm gonna have create scene, and I might actually return a pointer to the scene. But yeah, it is in the engine. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna just do a void, so I don't need to do it. Okay, self. This is going to be immutable. Self scene is scene. Yeah, it's a new scene where dot. What's the name of it? Objects. Yeah. that object is, I don't know why ZLS doesn't work here. So this is going to be the bounded array of object with capacity of 1024 as I did in it. Oh. Yeah, initted to 0, right? Do I actually provide objects by default or not? Scene bounded array. No, I don't. Okay, so yes, I do need to initialize it. Okay, so let's go with create scene here. So engine create, oh, I didn't export it, I guess. Pub create scene. Create scene. Cool. Okay, and then engine scene is gonna be a, yeah, I'm gonna add append sphere go and append sphere go 2. And now I don't need to do all this. Instead, I'm just gonna call engine scene. I can do like engine like this, scene render. Okay, but is that, does it have an error object render? Yeah, this calls, yeah, this I need to do a try scene render. You can just give it nothing instead of init. Oh, can you? Okay, I didn't know that. So the same thing here in okay, let's just do that. Like this. Yeah, and have to try on the LAN. Yeah, because I just noticed that init is actually an error. Returns an error. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what am I missing? Error is ignored. Where is this? Ah, yeah, of course. I need to, when I'm adding stuff, I need to try. Error is ignored. Try, of course. Error is ignored. No, it's fine. Nice. There it is, except the sphere is not moving. Oh, you know what the problem is? The problem is that I have copies of objects now. Right. I forgot about that. Yeah, because these objects are now in an array that are all, yeah. So instead of that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an scene add object thing. And I could provide it with Yeah, let's go with the object as like even shorter. Dot objects is you think it's gonna infer the type? Yeah, I mean I'm retyping this thing, even though, yeah, of course it should infer. Okay. So when I'm adding an object, here's the thing. I'm gonna give it a mesh and a shader. Of course, these are going to be a pointer. And then what I get back is actually a pointer to the object. Like this. Okay, so I'm gonna append. Oh yeah, of course I need to have self, which is mutable. Self. Mutable scene. Okay. So self objects append, and it's gonna be mesh is mesh, shader is shader, and that's pretty much it. And does append return a pointer? No, it doesn't. But okay, yeah, I need to get the last object now. Items. Can you get last? Get return the element at index 1. I have the slice. Okay, I guess I need to get. Does it get a pointer or a? No, it doesn't get a pointer. Okay, so basically I need to do items. I need to point directly into it. Return buffer, and that's gonna be self objects len, I guess. Like this. -1, of course. Since you're returning the object, you could use self objects add 1. Increase length by 1, returning a pointer to the new item. Oh, so you think it might be better to do it like this? But then I need to make a new anyway. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really change anything. Except that I have a slightly nicer pointer. Like this. And then I can make this into a new object. Like this. I didn't know about the add 1. Try on add 1, of course. Yeah. Add 1 also exists on array list. Nice. Okay. So instead of appending these objects, I'm going to directly add object with a mesh 2 and a shader. So yeah, so basically I have two of them, and I can return I can have a sphere go. So var sphere go is sphere go to is that, and I can delete these. So that's pretty much it. Right? Does that work? Yeah, I don't have to change anything else. So let's see if it's still, if I can still set the transforms. STD bounded array is basically a copy of array list. Yeah. You see, I always use the array list with a fixed buffer allocator. I didn't know about the bounded array before. Expected type, engine mesh found, engine. Okay, yes. I need to provide pointers to it. Where is it? Where is it? I'm creating these. Okay, expected type engine or engine found. What is this? Found error overflow. Expected type engine object. But I am returning an error. So this is this should be an object. Because it's try. Right. It's a try, so it needs to return an object. It needs to return an error. And then, oh, look at this. I have, yeah, I need to do this try. Try, yeah, that's correct. There we go. And we have two objects again. Of course. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Whoa, I actually changed a lot of things. Okay. What did I do last time, actually? Object and transform. Scene. Containing objects. Yeah, I didn't have a scene before. Okay, so now that I've created spheres, what am I gonna do next? Well, of course, I'm gonna make 10,000 spheres now. No, well, I can't have that much. But let's try to do it. And maybe I'm gonna end my stream there, because I've been going on for 7.5 hours. So yeah, let's do like for 200. Try engine scene add object. I'm just gonna do the same thing. Mesh 2 add shader. Oh, and I'm not even using an I. Yeah. Oh, I'm not using the return value. Yeah. Add objects. Yeah, and then, well, just so that I can see that there are different objects. Okay, let's see what happens right now, actually. There should be like 500 objects in the middle. There it is. And, yeah, there's like 500 objects in here. It looks like atoms or something. Okay. And, but let's instead move them a bit. I hope that Zig has some random utilities. So yeah, let's go through for object. Oh yeah, not for object, but for engine scene objects. Object. This is item. Slice. Object dot transform dot local to world. Can I translate it somehow? Okay, let's do it like this. Randomly. Is there like Perlin noise? No, maybe not. std math random. There's no random. Math random. There it is. Rand. Perlin. No. There's a PCG. Init. std random is a thing. I'll make a quick example. Yeah, I see that there's std rand. Okay, if I init to some random number, let's see, something like this, var pcg is this, pcg fill. You can fill a buffer with that random numbers. Nice. But you can also get, what is this? It returns a random. What is a random? Oh, nice, random float. Does it have a random vector? Please tell me. There's no random vector. Wow, this is pretty cool. This is pretty useful. So, yeah, random floats in the range of 0 to 1. Wow, even that is great. Does it have like a range? Int range at most. I would like to have a float as well. Float. Okay, let's take a float. Let's take a float. I just want to like offset a motion of spheres a bit. I'm gonna const. Oh yeah, let's do here const motion. PCG random. But what is random actually? Random just returns a struct of things. A random. But it doesn't actually, okay, it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't have any state. It's just a bunch of, functions. Okay, so random float. What is this float norm? Okay, what if, can you actually pass a vector? That would be cool. Does this work? Type. So type F32, F64. It doesn't allow anything else. Unknown floating point type. Hey, wait. This is exactly the same thing as I'm doing. But it is comtime type. Random is a vtable reference interface. I see. Never mind. Looks like you already got it. Yeah. Well, this is cool because, like, without ZLS, I would spend forever searching for how to use float. But here you just like say dot and you have all the methods. So yeah, it doesn't have vectors. I'm just gonna do this, and then yeah, this is like sideways. I don't know. X motion. Let's do a Y motion as well. I can just copy it. Z motion. And then I can make a vector. Okay, something like this. And finally, I can transform local to world. And then null. What does it say? What's it complaining about? Expected expression. What? Okay, there's something wrong here. No, everything seems fine. Okay. Motion vec mul, and then you have to do you have to do math. Yeah, I have to do the same thing as I did here. It's a little bit wordy. So translates by motion vec. Okay, let's see if this works. Transform. Okay. Cannot assign to constant. Oh, it is a constant here, so I need to get a pointer to it, I guess. Okay, behold. Oh my god. They flew away instantly. Oh, this is like a this is molecular simulation. Just wondering if you have a debug build of ZLS, I prefer a release build since it's faster. Yeah, I did build a fast release fast build. Yeah, the problem is that the floats are between 0 and 1. So they just fly away instantly. That's you see, they just, they were there and then they were no longer there. Okay, so let's lerp. Is there a lerp? Stud math lerp. Yes, of course there is a lerp. Nice. This is something that I always have to make in every like engine C++, because nobody there's no lerp functions by default usually. Okay, so I'm gonna lerp. Wait, which one is which? This. Okay, so -1 to 1. Okay, there we go. This stdlib is the best. Yes, is a beast. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Like, it has everything. I can't believe how many cool things it has. There we go. Wonderful. Look how beautiful that is. My God. Isn't my engine the best? It's already way better than Unity. And, you know, it doesn't have a runtime fee. Let's do something smaller. The other day found out std meta string to enum. There it is. String to enum. Yeah, I've seen it actually. I've seen it. I've noticed it exists. Look at that. Look at that beauty. And it's, I mean, this is like a debug build, and it's, you know, it can draw 500 draw calls. So cool. Cool shit. It really is some kind of a molecular Brownian motion simulation, basically. Okay, now let's make physics engine. No, I'm joking. Yeah, that looks amazing. My God. Okay, let's look at that in a bigger glory. Where do I create my engine? Ah, it's by default. So height is, width is, no, this should be 900. This should be like 1024. Let's try that. Beautiful. Oh my God. Look at that. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. I made another engine. Unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, you know what I want? I actually want to have a full screen, but I need to figure out how to do it. So game objects done, scene abstraction done, textures. Textures we're gonna leave for the next time. I'm gonna slowly start ending the stream, but yeah, maybe I should try to add full screen. So yeah, for the next stream I'm gonna do textures, objects and scene abstraction, and yeah, let's do window full screen borderless window. Yeah, I remember I had problems to make this in Shakedown. Okay, let's have like let's save this. Rendering 500 sphere 500 jiggling spheres. And yeah, there's a push. Oh, I pressed cancel. Here I'm pushing it, and you can try it if you want. Git clone this. Git clone and just build zig build, and you will see beautiful 500 jiggling spheres. Okay. SED Math has Meta has some nice stuff, but I don't fall in love since it will likely get heavily stripped down before 1.0. Better to use type info directly. Yeah, I've seen. So one of the coolest, you know, when Zig was sold to me, when I saw a like Zig loop through struct. Zig iterate, look at this. This gist is what sold Zig to me, okay? This gist over here, right? And it's like iterate over struct fields and print. You have a struct, and you simply like go std meta fields for each type of X, and you just debug them. And I was thinking like, my God, how easy would it to make like a config, like saving into an ini file or something with just field names, looping through structs. You don't have to do any like save load functions. You don't have to do any weirdness. You just do that, and it just works. And I was like, man, this is the best thing ever. Because, for example, in my C++ engine, I had to make this special class called config list, which takes like, yeah, it's a little bit of a template hell, but not that much, where I need to like, for each field that I want to save, I need to register it. I need to provide a pointer. I provide the name, and yeah, there a pointer type. And then it does some checking of like, well, we can do struct, we can do strings, bools, int, floats, vector threes, and random spans of floats. And then you can, with one save function and one load function, you can save them into a file and load them from file. So, like for example, in main, where is my main? Where is my engine drive? There it is. And then I have, for example, like not there, here, register. Yeah, there, for example, I have like, I'm registering parameters for bindings, or yeah, here I'm registering like all the config parameters, but I have to do it manually. I have to do it for each. I have to provide a string. I have to provide a pointer, right? And I have to, so whatever I add, for example, for each of the parameter, I need to add this register thing. And if I was writing it in Zig, I don't need to do any of this, because you could just, at compile time, you can loop through structs, register them, you know, and then save and load with one function, and that's it. By the way, search for zig std lib orphanage serialize. Okay, wait. Yeah, I remember thinking the same first time I saw that. I needed to pass a pointer to a function I call in a thread spawn, since it can't return a value. And I came up with this. Well, I can't, if I click on it. Compile error, invalid query type. Okay. Oh, and you're parsing. You're parsing in compile time? JSON? Beautiful. Beautiful. Compile error. Search for ziglib stdlib orphanage. Okay, let's do that. Stdlib orphanage zig. Okay, what is this? No longer maintained library orphanage. This is code that used to be in the standard library, but there wasn't any reason to keep maintaining. Okay. Just find it as a third-party package. Okay, what was there? RB red black tree. What is that? Okay, it's like a binary tree. Maybe. Segmented list, serialization. Oh, there is serialization. Noise. Creates the serializer. Cool. So this serializer probably has like is what I was trying to do, like magic. The serialization file I thought you might be interested in. Yeah. I have instantly am interested. Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna look at that segmented list. Imagine that fn@ is a customer asking for a box from a warehouse. Oh. Actually stores boxes in shelves of increasing powers of two sizes. Oh, I see. Segmented list. That's like the one that doubles in size when you need more space, I guess. HTTP headers. Okay. Bloom filter. Wow. Why was Bloom filter in a in a standard library? That does sound a bit useless. Okay. Anyway. Cool. Nice to know that exists. Okay, I'm gonna start. There are treats at the bottom. Okay, I'll look at different time. Okay, so by the way, let's do this windowing thing. Let me see. Yeah, I actually want to init by default. I want to have some window properties. Whoops. Window properties, and I'm gonna have. Let's have a full screen. A bool by default true. So it's going to be full screen by default, and the way I do this in C++, I have to check. I remember that you need to get like monitor. Where is this? Create window. Okay, glfw monitor. So you get a monitor. Get primary monitor. And you need to get the video mode as well. Okay. So when you're creating a window, set error callback. Okay, before creating a window, I'm gonna get a glfw monitor. Is there a get primary? Okay, there is a get primary. Okay. And what is it? It's a questionable monitor. self. Oh yeah, let's do just a monitor for now. And I guess I'm gonna just unpack it. Or should I do an or else? Is there can it fail? Well, I'm not handling the failure in here, so maybe it can't. Segmented list is like a hybrid linked list, array list. It has pointer stability. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I was actually reading some article recently about this segmented listing. Yeah, and that's the cool thing is that maybe I could use something like a segmented list for objects in my game, because you can have an infinite expanding list, but then your pointers will always point to the same object. Actually, I wrote something like this in C++, but I'm using a fixed size. I did something that you call a walking pool. A walking pool is like a pool that you walk through, because like there's an index that keeps track of where's the next where's the next dead object, basically. And so yeah, but it's fixed. It's only one buffer. It's not incrementing. So yeah, and also I have a swapping pool which swaps the swaps back when you remove. But the thing is that standard Zig's array list already has the swap back function, so I don't need to create in Zig. I wouldn't need to create a new class for that. Dense enums. Okay, dense enums. Should I click on that? When Zig outshines Rust. Oh, I've seen the Primogen video today about this. Yeah, so I know what it is. Okay, monitor. Yeah. So what did I do in the other thing? Scene engine. No, where is the application? I was in the application. Okay, monitor mode. Okay, so const mode, I guess, is a glfw. Okay, monitor. Can I do this? Get mode, get video mode. Yeah. And then the get video mode, is that also an optional? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's just unpack. Okay, so I guess, what am I doing here? Window mode. glf get window hint. Okay. Ah, yeah. I need to make the width and height to the mode width. Okay, so let's do it like this. Const width is mode. Oh yeah, it's if window props full screen, then it's going to be mode width, get width. Is that the one? Okay, I guess it is. Else we're gonna use window props width, right? So I do the same thing with height. Height, get height. But what is the type of this? Oh, it's a U32, and this is a U32, so that's good. Height. Okay. Width, height. That's gonna be width. That's gonna be height. And let's see. So what do I do then? GLF. I have to set these bits for a borderless. I remember this. Unpacking a null with panic, right? Yes. If you unpack a null, it's gonna panic. Yeah. There's an STD heap memory pool, but sounds like a different thing. Yeah. There's also, yeah, there are like pools. Wait, STD pool. There is something else. Oh yeah, I think that basically memory pool is basically an allocator, but yeah, it allocates single type. A lot of objects of the same type because it outperforms general purpose allocators. I see. Anyway. Get video modes. Get video mode. Okay, yes. I get the modes width and height. And then if window props full screen, I want to set the bits. So we have GLFW. Okay. Like this. And then we are going to dot window hint, I guess. Is this it? GLFW window hint. Oh, no, it's actually window. Self window hint. No? Hint. Hint. Where do I send the hint? Is it part of a mode? Init hints. Initializer hints for passing. No, that's not it. Where do window hints reside? What's Zig? Zig is the new cool programming language. It's this. I'm waiting for use for STD heap stack fallback. Oh yeah, I heard about it. It's like a array that's like it uses a stack, but if it can't allocate, it will like allocate on the heap, something like that. I heard about it. There's also like a combo list. I don't know if Zig has it, but I know that some game engines or games use it. It's like you have a small. It's almost like how small string optimization works. So you have like a small list on the stack. So it's really good when you usually have, most of the time you have like a very small number of items, right? But sometimes you may have a lot of items. So you need to make sure that you have some stack space to hold your, but then when you get out of the stack space, then you allocate on the heap. So it's like this, it's a much more optimized like a vector if you most of the time have very small number. Small vec in the STD. Switch. Compact string in Rust. Sorry. The peanuts going down my throat. Yeah, I don't know where this window hint is. In Mach GLFW. Can I actually... Okay, wait. Oh, I'm in CPP. I'm in CPP. No, this is what I want. Okay, let's go here. Video mode. Oh no, let's... no, I didn't want that. Let's try to find a window. GLFW window. Okay, go there. Okay, find anything that has to do with a hint. Default hints. Okay, there it is. These are the hints. But how do I set them? What is this? Set. Oh, it's just set. That's it. Set. Okay. GLFW set. Oh, it's actually self window set. And that's it. Why is there no set? What the hell? Oh, it's not public. So how do I actually set hints? Do I need to do it in create? Okay, so I guess I need to So these are the hints, right? At the end, I think so. Okay. So how do I actually use them? Hints, init hints. But no, those are not init hints. Those are hints. GLFW window hint. Red? No, it doesn't have red bits or anything. Okay, maybe it's part of the mode. Mode. Get, oh, there is the get red bits. Okay. There's the bits. Get red bits. Okay, but I need to give them to somebody. Resets all the hints. Okay, there is red bits. So how do I set hints outside? I'm totally confused. Okay, I guess I create a struct. I guess. Hint. It doesn't allow me to create. Oh no, there it is. Okay, hint is this. I guess that's how you do it. And then, oh, or maybe I can initialize red bits. Ah, okay. Okay, let's do this. Get red bits. I guess this is how you do it. Green bits is mode green bits. Blue bits is mode blue bits. Refresh rate is refresh rate. I guess that would be it. Okay. Expected. Ah, okay. No, of course. What about default hints? What does it do? Default hints. GLFW default window hints. Okay, it sets all things by default, I think. No? Yeah, I don't know. I need to provide hints, but... Okay, let's try. Let's try giving it hints. Ah, yeah, they are default. Okay, so basically this is how I'm gonna do it. Window props full screen, right? If full screen, then oh yeah, not ternary operator. If this, then this, return, else, return nothing, like just the default. That doesn't work. You can't use blocks. Okay, I guess you can't use blocks. Except this statement. Okay, maybe without this. No. Okay, well, it is actually confused about this, so I'm just gonna give it that. No? Ah, there it is. Okay, now it makes sense. And then I'm gonna just give it hints here. And that's it. Hopefully that works. Let's try. Hopefully that doesn't lock my screen completely and then I need to restart the computer. Thankfully, I have a bug. Expected type U31. Found U32. Are you kidding me? Positive C int. A positive C int is actually is a U31. Nice. So int cast. Yeah, hopefully it int casts correctly. There it is, and it does not work. We still have windowed. So what's the problem? If it's full screen, do this, else default hints. And that's actually going to be const. Oh, and this does nothing. So if full screen, get width, else width. Okay. If full screen, is it true by default? It is. So since I didn't change it, it should be full screen. Do I do anything else? Especially aspect ratio, especially string title. Oh yeah, I'm also adding debug to the title. In debug mode, create window, null. Ah, yes, I need to provide it a monitor if it has a full screen. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, create, there is a monitor here. So if full screen, yeah, this is getting long. It's an optional, right? Optional monitor. Yeah, it would be nice to actually provide a to type it in the same line, but it's too long. Okay, let's do like a full screen. If full screen. Yeah, this is gonna be mixed with file system. I can see it already. If full screen, then monitor, else null. Oh, of course, else null. Can't. Expected type window. Oh, it's a, what is this? Oh, it's a wrong wrong thing. Okay, this should be a null, right? And this should be a null. This should be monitor. There it is. Zig doesn't really like putting like parameters in a separate line. Let's do it like this. For screen. Fools. Okay, so that should work now. Add a trailing comma to the param list. Oh, there it is. It works. I hope you can see it, actually. I don't know if it works. Can you actually see the game? Maybe maybe you don't see it if it's using a... So if it uses a built-in thingy, how do you say, a monitor, using a integrated GPU, then you probably don't see it. No, I can't see the game. Yeah, because it's using a built-in GPU. But it's working, you know, it's in full screen and it works. Okay, so let's then temporarily set... So, by the way, to use a GPU, a normal GPU, not an integrated one, but dedicated one, there are some ridiculously funny things that you can set. At least in C you can. I don't know how to do this in Zig. But yeah, there is a thing somewhere where it's like, I don't know where it is even. It's in the engine probably. You set some special memory locations and then it will use your... Yeah, there it is. Makes the game use the dedicated GPU. Yeah, it's this one. Extern C, Decl spec, DL export, AMD Power Express request high performance. And you set it to 01. And also NV Optimus enablement. What a wonderful word, enablement. So one is for NVIDIA and one is for AMD. And yeah, if you set these, then your game will use a dedicated GPU. Sorry, did you understand? Add a comma after hints. A comma after hints. I don't know what you're talking about. Joy of OpenGL, yeah. I don't know what comma after hints. Hints. Wait, now I'm lost. Oh, right, here. Oh no. Okay. But this is so weird because these are function arguments. So it feels like there's an argument missing here. Like, oh wait, you don't have a missing argument. I didn't know it does the same thing for as it does for structs. Joy of OpenGL. Yeah, it is. This is literally joy. But how do you do this in Zig? That's the question. I have no idea. Maybe I can ask that in the Zig Discord. Yeah, there should be a way how to do this. Maybe I make a C file I include this. And yeah, I include this in as a separate header, maybe. Maybe that would work. Okay. So yeah, I didn't need to have this. Okay, let's remove the fulls. Okay, full screen. Let's add full screen. There is a Zig issue that says some stuff. Oh, great. One way be to just put that in a C file and add it to the build. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is it possible to export symbols from an exe file? Okay, it's a nested issue. Okay, I'll look at it some other time. Oh, I disconnected from chat. Export and some build flags. Yeah. Okay, but for now, I'm gonna play it at not full screen. The C file is probably the simplest thing. Yeah. Okay. And there we go. We have lots of jiggling objects. It's a start. So next thing I want to do is add some textures. And that's not today, tomorrow, I mean, some other time. I can also remove this cube because I'm not using it anymore. I can also rename this to sphere mesh. It would be nice to have some to make these shapes actually add to the vertices and not like not clear the vertices. Then I need to make sure that indices add on top as well. Yeah, if I want to make some library for like procedural shapes. And also I should probably delete this circle points array list. I'm even passing a pointer to the array list. Yeah, I can optimize that some other time. Maybe I can do that outside of the stream. Just add a few more procedural objects. Okay. All right. So I think that's kind of pretty much it for today. So what have we done? Full screen borderless window works. I've done so many things. Added window parameters, setting uniforms as comp time, fetching uniforms by name, handling OpenGL errors, handling shader compilation errors. Vertex type. Now we have a full vertex with different things. Normals. We have Lambertian lighting. Oh, you know what? I can actually remove. I can remove the thing from shader. Like this offset. What was that? Where was offset? Sorry, I'm a bit lost here. Vert. Yeah, I don't need this offset anymore. Position plus offset. Yeah, P is pos. Also, does this work? Can I vec for like this? Just like in HLSL? No. Okay. And it doesn't actually give me yeah. Okay, so I guess I need to do this. No, something else is wrong. Am I setting this by uniform? Uniforms. Where are my uniforms? Ah, there it is. Yes, I am actually setting them by uniforms. This is gonna be P. Set uniform by name. And this is gonna be V by name. And the model matrix. Yeah, I am setting the model matrix by name already, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay. Oh, you know, there's one more thing I wanted to try. Okay, something doesn't work. I expected 3 arguments, found 2. Ah, because it's actually shader. And I think it's also, it can fail, right? Yes, it's a try. There it is. Okay, so now I can delete. I can delete this. Maybe I can I can keep this one. Local to clip. And this is gonna be vector 3. Okay, a little bit of cleanup. Okay, let's see. Hello. Okay, everything works. Nice. Everything works. Okay, let's try to do local pos actually like this. Does it work? Does it work? Yes, it does actually work. Okay, I was wrong to assume that it doesn't work. Cool. Okay, clean up the shader. Nice. Nice and simple. Okay, that's about it. Let's see. The chat. Reading the chat. Reading the chat. Why do you defer the things? Wait. Whoa. Looks like one of those protein simulations. Yeah, I said already that it's like a molecular simulation. Kind of looks like that because it's jittering. Brownian motions. Why do you defer the things? Well, defer is for like deallocating stuff mostly. Check where you're passing GPA and make sure you're free. Bit me hard. Look through that issue. Sounds like you just need to add art dynamic or the corresponding Zig build option. Yeah, about that those two handles. What do you use defer for in this project? Defer is built into Zig. I know. Oops, my bad. Misunderstood. You know what I don't like about Zig? It's not C. It's like the gas ghost from the ballroom from Alone in Dark 1. What is it? I don't know. I don't understand the reference. Yeah, but about defer. So defer is like basically it will like here. I'm compiling a shader. When you compile a shader, you need to do some cleanup as well. And so yeah, like deleting the program. And you could do that. You could do that in the end, right? When everything finishes, you need to do this. But actually, because anything in between can fail, right? You could have an error. So if you have an error, then the code at the bottom won't run. And so defer like makes sure that that the stuff runs at the end, where so if something errors in between, it will still run at the end. Yeah, an example is like if you have a file and you open a file and then you read something from the file and then you close the file at the end, for example, close. Yeah, and you might have like, so what you do is if the file doesn't close, it might be locked forever. Like the operating system might think that somebody else is using it. You probably experience that when you're like deleting some folder and it says, well, this file is in use, you can't delete. And then you shut down all the applications and you're like, well, nobody's using it. What the hell is going on? That's because somebody didn't program correctly. And that happens because if there is an error in read, right? If read fails, this code never executes. So Zig has a notion of defer. So what you can do is you can defer closing and then read it safely. So if something, so basically close will run at the end. That's what defer means. It will run at the end of the scope. But if read fails, it will still run it. So all the defer things will run if there is an error. Defer really simplifies cleanup. Try doing the same with gotos. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Anyway, I'm about to die from exhaustion. It's 8 hours. Oh, almost 9 hours of streaming. Whoa. I went too far today. That's the whole working day, And before that, I was also working, so. Yeah, I went too far. there, we have some cool stuff. I'm gonna just stage this, and I'm gonna say, I don't know. Wait. There it is. Some nice molecular simulation, sort of. So, 500 jiggling spheres in full screen. That's the commit message, and there we go for the final commit message. Oh, you know what? One more thing before I die. I want to try to build with. I want to try to build with release. Let's try to do it. Okay. By the way, what's the size of it now? Whoa, it's 5 gigabytes. Wow. That's such a small thing, and it's already 5 gigabytes. That's crazy. And it works in a narrower scope, unlike Go. Oh yeah. Talking about defer. Okay, I want to. So if I just do zig build run, it's going to run the game. Perfect. By the way, you can also just clone the zig down and run it yourself. Zig build run, but I'm going to zig build with options. So let me check what the, oh yeah, de-optimize. Let's do a de-optimize. By the way, let me check how big is the out. The out is like, whoa, it's so tiny. 2.1 megabytes. Nice. Okay. Optimize equals, and then you say release fast. Release fast. Let's try it. And then run. If it can run. I didn't put it. Optimize. Let's see. Compiling C objects. Here's an explanation of how Zig's defer compares with other doing the cleanup. Same in C. So yeah, somebody was saying that embed file might not work correctly in release fast because of alignment issues or whatever. But so let's see. Let's see if it works or not. Why would allocation fail? If you don't have enough memory. That's why. Or you might have a limited buffer. There it is. It works. Totally works. Let's see how big is the build. Whoa! It's 600 kilobytes. That's pretty nice. That's nice. So I have an OpenGL game that is 600 kilobytes, and even the spheres are generated at runtime and everything. Should it not crash instead? Well, you might want to make it safe so that, you know, what if you're creating some critical software, right? You want to allocate something big, and you need to make sure. I don't know, something like that. Nice. Cool. With all these bounded arrays, curious how much stack you're using. Yeah. Can I actually check the stack I don't think I use too much of the stack. Even with the game objects. Okay, well, yeah. There must be some way to check in Zig stack size. And of course I need to do it somewhere at the end of the of this while loop. Log stack size. There must be some kind of a stack, bit stack size. No, this is a bit stack. I don't know. System. OS. Stack. Stack T. This is a type. I don't know. Where could it be? In memory? Mem? Stack? No. Heap? Stack? Stack fallback. Stack fallback already exists. Maybe, but then there isn't. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, let's see. How can I get Zig stack size? To tell you the maximum stack size. No. How much stack is used? How much stack is used? Well, you know what? I could like grab a pointer. I just got an idea. I could grab a pointer at the beginning of main. And then grab a pointer at this and then see this difference. Okay, this is an open issue, so it's probably not possible to get it. A group is working on this on top of LLVM. Stack depth analysis tool. Reintroduce VLAs and Eloca. This is closed, probably. Is there Eloca in... No. No. Should probably be banned. Eliminate stack overflow. Stack memory. Learning Zig. Stack frames. Interesting. Learning Zig. I didn't know about this. You might be able to take the address of local var in main, another in your function, and subtract them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, let's try to do this. How would I do this? Wait. Like var like let's do like stack start. Something like this. Can you get a raw pointer? The int from int from pointer. There it is. Something like this. What is the result of int from pointer? Usize. Okay. So then I'm gonna do the same thing. Stack start, no, stack end, int from Peter, stack end, something like this. And then try it like stack end minus stack start. Okay. Let's see if this works. Expected pointer, of course. Cool stream. Thanks. Catch you next time. Okay, what does it say? 1272. That's not a lot. But what is the... It's a usize, so these are bytes, right? It's only 1272 bytes. Even when having all the objects. Like the scene, okay, let me try. There's no ordering requirement set, so I think the compiler can put your allocation anywhere. Okay, well, maybe, yeah. Since you were in the other function, never mind. What do you mean? I am in the same function, like I'm in main. Stack start, and then I'm at the end of this while loop, where I'm guessing there would be the most stuff allocated. Let's try to increase the scene actually size. What if I put it to 2048? Oh, it's the same number. Okay, there's something wrong there. So maybe my logic doesn't work. Why is it the same number then? If it should be part of the engine, and engine... So engine is a struct that contains an optional scene, and scene should live in a stack. And scene... The thing is that scene has... it's not using heap allocated. It's using a bounded array. I'm guessing it's... Is it heap allocated or stack allocated? The structure doesn't use any internal pointers. You can just clone. Yeah, if you can just clone things directly, that means it's on the stack. For sure. Okay. I don't know, Zig, does std allocate on the stack? I am pretty sure it does, because that would make sense that you can just do a direct copy like this. Yeah, then I'm confused because this doesn't do anything. Like, why didn't increasing the number increase the number of bytes? There, it's the same bytes again. 1272. Because it should be part of the engine. Engine is stack allocated. So is scene. When you create a scene, you create it directly. It's not a pointer. And objects are a bounded array. Is the compiler smart enough to know how many elements you're actually putting in it? Well, it could be, but I am right now pushing 500 objects. Okay, well, it's possible that it's smart enough, as you say. You know, because the number of objects is just it's a constant. So maybe that would be, oh, it's not 500, it's 200. Do you think the compiler is smart enough to be able to be like, oh yeah, you're only pushing 200 and you're not adding anything else besides this constant number? So why allocate more? So it's not, I was lying, it was not 500. Okay, let's do 1000. Let's see if that changes anything. You see, if you allocate int x, y, it won't necessarily allocate them next to each other. Okay, so this is 1000. Let's see. Oh, it's still the same number. Still the same number. Interesting. Nice. Okay. Let's go with 2000. 2000. 2000. It won't allocate next to each other. That's what you're saying. Okay, 1000 objects is slow for the debug compiler. Yeah, still the same stack size. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just allocate a few. But the thing is that they're definitely persisting. They're definitely persisting. Let's do like 40. Yeah, still the same. I don't know. I don't know. But it would be nice to be able to like calculate the maximum stack size or something. Okay, I think I'm dead. 9 hours. Here it is. This is the 1 minute to 9 hours of streaming. Should print inside the deepest leaf function. Yeah, but the question is, what is the deepest leaf function? Because there's a lot of redirections. There's definitely stuff in here. Let's see if this actually increases. Oh, it's still the same thing. What the hell? What's up with 1272? I am confused. Okay, there's something wrong here. Am I looking at the same number? Okay, I don't know. It doesn't. I'm gonna go. I can also add this check stack. Check stack. I need to pass it into a. I need to pass the start. Actually, I can use a pointer outside. Stack start is U8. U size, of course. And then I can drop this anywhere. Let's try here. Stack, check stack. This should be a lot smaller, maybe? I don't know. Okay, there are some problems. What does it say? What's the problem? Info size of... No, that's the size of... integer overflow. Oh, so that means the start is actually higher than the end. At some point it will crash and you'll know. Is it the other way around? Stack start and let's do this like this. Let's do it like this. So that I'm sure that I'm not using a null value. Okay, the start is 8991 3511. Yeah, it is actually low. The end is lower than the start. Does the stack go down? Maybe the stack always goes down. Yes, it goes down. But how did it work then in the first place? You know, that's the funny thing. Okay, so what does it say? It's not logging anything. Check stack. Okay, it's there. Why doesn't it work? What the fuck? What did I do now? Oh, there it is. Ah, right. It runs only once. So now it's 5,000. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was expecting a spam. Okay, so if I put it over here, it's going to run for each slice. Let's do it somewhere here. So remember, what is the number? 5,488. Oh, okay. Every time I press Q. So 5,488. Still, it's the same number. Yeah, I don't know. Something, my logic there is not working. I think. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I don't think it can work anyway. This is too scuffed. Yeah. There's something fishy going on there. It's, yeah. But it would be nice to have a function that checks what's the size of a stack. Because, for example, C++ will actually warn you, like, if you have too many stuff allocated, it will say there's going to be like a green squiggle below main. And it says like, hey, you're using, you know, almost a megabyte of memory in a stack. You should use less. It would be nice to have something like that here. Like if you hover over main and it's like using this much memory at most, at the maximum. Because it should be possible to predict as well. Well, yeah, you can't predict if you have recursive functions though. Okay. So, I don't know. I'm gonna just delete the check stack. Let's discard. Everything. Okay. How do I revert file? Okay. Cool. So thanks for joining on my 9-hour journey. If anybody has been here for 9 hours. Yeah. So we have jiggling balls. Jiggling balls. Very nice. Done everything that I planned to. Well, except textures, but yeah, that's... Now thinking about it, it feels like a perfect thing to do on a separate stream. Okay, I think that this engine is slowly getting like better and better. Sure, there's so many things to redo from C++, but when I think about it, I have a feeling like I've already done half. Because most of this is garbage C++, where you have to allocate, you know, you have header files, then you have all these checks. Yeah. There's actually not that much when you think about it. And there's a lot of things that I can use other... oh yeah, I have like... I had to make this like key mapping in my engine, which I don't need to do, and because GLFW already comes, the Zig GLFW already comes with a nice interface for this. And yeah, there's the input. Key callback. I did this today, and this is the poll events. Yeah, I've already done all of that. Oh yeah, I do have joystick events and stuff. But yeah, I can do all these later. What else do I have? Yeah, materials, I need to do that. That's gonna be easy peasy to create. Mesh is already basically done, except for the bounds. I need to calculate bounds. And I have most of the, like... yeah, I have most of the cool algorithms already done in C++. I can just rewrite it in Zig. And yeah, then I need to add some audio, some physics. Yeah, we'll see. Physics, yeah, I have physics, which is just bullet wrapper basically. Yeah. Renderer is not needed because I already have that in GL. Cool. Yeah, this is my scene in C++. What do I have in the scene? You know, the cool thing is I can always compare everything now with the... oh yeah, I have the quads, the full screen quad, which is used for the frame buffer for post-processing effects. And also I have transparent queue for transparent objects. Splatting. Oh, it's getting slower and slower for some reason. Oh, I hope it's not running out of memory. Do I have a memory leak? Oh, it's getting slower and slower and slower. Maybe there is a memory leak. Oh no, now it's starting to get faster again. No, that's maybe not a memory leak. That's maybe some other stuff. That's maybe like VS Code struggling with C++. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So, thank you so much. See you soon. I don't know when, but at some point. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I'll work on Shakedown. I don't know. I'll see. See you. It would be easy to do this in assembly. What? Okay. Thanks for streaming. Hvala. Is it using software rendering? No, it's using OpenGL, so it's using GPU, but it's using this is using an integrated GPU, so not. It's indexing. Take it easy. Okay. Okay. Goodbye.